All right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Psy Deathful, Admiral Paco, Dragon Knight Dragonborn, Trans Girl Jade. Who else do we got? Puppy from the Alt account. Quinn. And I think that's everyone. Welcome in. How ya all doing? I see we've got 12 viewers, but only 9 likes. So if you haven't hit like yet, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, you'll make me sad. You don't want me to be a sad fish. I like my likes. As the title suggests today, a third James Somerton video. I guess it's his second apology, but I'm counting the H-bomb as the first one. So, H-bomb was the first tower. James Somerton's apology was the second tower. And now he's hit the Pentagon. So we're going to watch that. Now, before I do that whole segment, I do want to preface it that I have not actually seen James Somerton's first apology video. I saw snippets of it. I saw some of the more damning things of it, where he, made it about how he really wanted to still make videos and how he basically opened it up with talking about his attempt and stuff like that. So, I know the broad strokes of what that is, but I haven't seen the first one. But I saw it dropped today, and I really didn't have much of a plan for stream today. I've got my movie reviews, which this week I will be talking about Lisa Frankenstein, Bob Marley's One Love, Out of Darkness, and May December. But beyond that, I didn't really have much of a plan. And so this just kind of fell in my lap. I'm like, oh, okay, I know what I'm talking about today. I do also, in the next couple streams here, need to pick up the pace on my movie reviews, because I had made a pledge that I was going to watch every film that was nominated for an Academy Award. And I have scaled that back, that I'm not counting any of the documentaries, and also films that were just nominated for Best Original Song. I'm just going to listen to the song. But I still have, let's see, looks like 5 more films to watch, plus all of the animated and live shorts. So I need to do those in the next 2 weeks. But I've already scheduled it as an event in the Discord. But on March 10th, when the Oscars happen, I can't live stream that because, copyright will take it down. But on the Discord, I'm going to be doing a special stream just for the Discorders. We're going to watch it together. And I'm probably going to record the whole thing on OBS so that I can, put it up as an edited segment maybe later. But we're going to do an Oscar watch party because, like I said, I'm going to make my predictions about who's going to win, who's not, and who deserves to win and who doesn't. And it's a culmination of my whole project. So let's see. With that all the way, let me actually look at chat, because I was just going on a rant there. We also have Sauron the Deceiver. Welcome in. Yeah, Dragon Knight Dragonborn. I saw that you were getting you're working on getting your GPU and CPU finally. That's exciting. Or PSU, Power Supply Unit, I should say. But yeah. With all of that out of the way, why don't I get us started? Help if I can spell correctly. Okay. At time of recording, my most successful video on this channel is not even a video. It's a stream VOD, where I just decided on the day that H-Bomber Guy's video about James Somerton dropped that I wanted to watch it. And since I wanted to watch it, I might as well stream it while playing video games. And a whole bunch of people liked it, and it's been served up in the algorithm basically ever since. I'm still getting repeat views on that for a stream VOD, which is weird. But since so many of my followers seems to like that one, it seems like there's been an update, because James Somerton put out a new video. A video called A Measured Response, which, if you know H-Bomber Guy, you'll recognize as the title of several of his older videos. Stuff like climate change, a measured response, or a measured response to, you know, whoever he was debating with that month on YouTube back in his older days when he would put out more than one video a year. And so, like, it's not like H-Bomb owns the phrase a measured response, right? That's been around forever. But considering that James Somerton has provably plagiarized basically every single aspect of his content for years and years and years, at some point you have to say that, like, you forfeit the right to make this joke, because for other people it'd be like, okay, that's cute, you're making a reference, but for him it's like, no, you're just stealing jokes. Like, you've lost the right to do this, to call it a measured response. Anyway, all that being said, let's take a look and a listen, shall we? Oh, hang on. Also, says content warning, discussion of self-harm from 2808 to 3804. Now, I was watching Vosh earlier, and I stopped watching once he started actually watching the video, because I wanted to go into this fresh. But I did see this content warning, and Vosh did point out how front-loading it like that, like, normally you would put that warning here, you know, where the warning is. But putting it here, like, a half hour early, that literally is just there for, like, honestly, like, clickbaity sympathy points. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Also, I haven't done any audio balancing yet on this, so let's double check that this sounds good. We're gonna do a sound test on this one before I actually go into it proper.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but
okay, that how is that? Does that need to go up more? I can give a sound boost if so. Let me. Actually, normally I do it probably around that, just because my sound is weird. Let's see.
Revenue from it will be sent along.
That doesn't seem to actually be uppy. Here, let's try that. Okay, let's start over. See how this goes.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but
it's not monetized for my viewers. Now I have YouTube Premium, so he is getting my revenue for this. He's going to say here in that. Also, let me turn on closed captions. He's going to say here in the next couple seconds that he's donating all of that revenue to H Bomber Guy, who will be distributing it to the victims. But I'm just going to say, no, just don't monetize your video. Don't even give the appearance of impropriety. Don't do that. Nobody trusts you. You're a liar. You're a proven liar. So, like, honestly, even if H-Bomb posts receipts and says, yeah, I got all of this money, and he posted screenshots from his, you know, dashboard showing how much he made from the video, and here's how much I got. Even if all of that happens, I don't trust him that he didn't doctor the screenshots of his ad revenue from it. Like, I wouldn't trust anything from him. So just don't monetize the video, James. We're all still gonna see it, because, like, you became kind of the main character of the internet in December. You put out another apology video, of course people are going to go and see it. Like, that's inevitable. You don't need to make it monetized so that more eyes will see it. Everyone's going to see it because everyone is putting out a response. I literally saw in the sidebar here, hang on. Look, Vosh's response is already a video. He was streaming it earlier and it's already released as its own video. So don't monetize it. It it complicates things for you. It makes it look like you are acting in self-interest right off the bat, and you could avoid that by just not monetizing it.
Revenue from it will be sent along to H Bomber Guy's team to be dispersed to the people whose work I plagiarized. If his team won't accept it, I'll be making monthly donations to Wikipedia and TransLifeline going forward. You may have also noticed that a few of my past videos have gone up on the channel again. And
were they ones that you plagiarized? Because that's not how that works. Hang on.
Revenue from those as well will also be sent along with the revenue from this video.
So videos that you have no right to put up because they aren't your work, because they're plagiarized, you're putting it up and saying, oh, I'm just going to pass on the revenue. I don't trust you. You're not, like, by putting those up, you're not actually drawing light to other people's work. Those videos, as written, as edited, as shown on screen, still presented as your work. You have no right to put those back up.
Over the last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people who I plagiarized to apologize one-on-one instead of a mass apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them don't have public email addresses, so I'm still working on it, but it is a top priority of mine. I've heard back from a few of them, and they were actually incredibly nice, accepting my apology and just imploring me to do better in the future.
Yeah, I've found often when people are personally aggrieved by somebody who has done it to a lot of people, that the individual apology goes a long way toward increasing their charitability toward you, just overall as a person. And that's not to say, oh, how dare they just forgive him? Of course, they're totally allowed to. But, like, if you are having to make so many apologies that you are having trouble tracking down the people that you need to apologize to, putting this out here that said, oh, they were all very kind to me and just imploring me to do better. He's literally just trying to tell us, hey guys, it's okay. They forgave me. You can trust me again because they forgave me. When, like, a lot of people, if you seek them out to apologize to them, they will accept your apology. Most people are like that. Most people will accept a genuine apology. But when you open it up and say, oh, they've all been accepting of it, and they said, oh, they were very nice to me and they just want me to do better, that to the audience is telling you, see, they like me. You should like me. You should trust me again.
So I want to thank them publicly for that. There's plenty that I haven't heard back from, and I completely understand that. In many cases, I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I also want to...
The self-deprecation, like, it only works if you're a likable person. Like, I know he's throwing that in there because he knows he became the villain after H-Bomb's video. But it just doesn't work because he's still not a likable guy. Also, like, does he still have all of that expensive film equipment that he bought? Because this video looks like shit. Like, the lighting in here is atrocious. Did he spend all his money on cameras and none on lighting? Like, it's so flat. Like, seriously, everything. It looks like it's color graded to be a Marvel movie. And I know this is a common criticism of James Somerton, that he doesn't know how to make things look good. Like, he can buy all of the expensive fancy equipment he wants, but he just doesn't have the know-how to actually make a good video. But you would think he might have internalized at least some of that. And, like, I don't know, just picked up a fucking ring light. He's got, like, okay, so you can see here there's looks like a box light is reflecting there, but, like, and maybe, okay, looking at his eyes, there's another source here, but that might just be like a monitor that he's reading off of. There's just not a lot of good lighting in here. It's all very drab. And he has expensive equipment. Like he's like, his face is in focus and the back isn't. He's, so he's got all of that working for him. It's just not lit well at all.
To apologize to my audience, though. You trusted me to be a good representative of the queer community, and I was not that. I tried to be. I tried to be a voice for every member of the queer community, but that was...
You tried to be the voice of every other member of the queer community because you kept stealing their stuff and saying it was you.
A failed endeavor before it even started. I'm a cis white gay man. No matter how much I try to be a good spokesperson, I can never really truly understand the life experiences.
No. Okay. This doesn't fly. This kind, this feels like it's from 2015. Like, here I am, I'm doing it, I'm checking in my privileges, and I'm doing an acknowledgement of where I am coming from. Like, it's dated to begin with, but like, I I just feel like first off, I feel like we're kind of past that rhetoric, but like, second off, like, it doesn't feel sincere. And also, like, it's not even something that I necessarily agree with. Like, I have seen cis people with better trans takes than trans people. Like, you go to see the brain rot on, like, 4chan on the TTTT board. Like, I'm sorry, but I know cis people who are far better spokesmen than people worrying about, like, God, I don't even want to use the terminology that TTTT uses because it's, for one, brain rot, and for two, kind of transphobic. But like, yeah, so the idea that, oh, well, as a cis white man, I am incapable of properly speaking to the queer community. Like, no, I know some incredibly queer cis gay dudes, and I know some incredibly normie gay people. Okay, that, like, what you should be engaging with probably is how queer they are, how enmeshed in the community they are, and not so much just the front-facing qualifiers
of other far more put upon members of the queer community. This is one of the reasons that I would use their own words, but I should have made it very clear that that's what I was doing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's just keep going.
I never, ever thought that I was the only voice out there, as some have said, but...
You were going after other content creators that you felt like, wasn't he? Is my memory wrong here? I know he beefed with Jesse Gender on this one. That he really did seem like he felt like his was the only voice to be listened to, and I know, like, I don't want to, like, go off information that's only half remembered here, so maybe I'll just keep playing.
Being a cis white man, I thought I might be able to win over some people who wouldn't otherwise listen, unless it was someone who looks and sounds just like them.
Well, okay. There is, I can say, value to using your privilege to reach out outside of your demographic. But part of the problem there is that you don't really have the kind of charismatic presentation to really pull that off. Like, for instance, if we want to use a one-to-one comparison, taking a cis gay white man who does reach out and appeal to a cis heteronormative aesthetic, let's talk about Vosh. Now, I know Vosh is a very controversial figure, but it is undeniable that as a YouTuber, as a content creator, he has a very engaging style that has a lot of crossover appeal, and that he makes content that cishets can get into. And in fact, because of the way Vosh presents a lot of the time, Vosh often gets accused of not being queer enough. All I have to say is just follow his private, or not his private, his secondary Twitter account. He's just like posting cute anime girls and other stuff like that. Like, he's not a heteronormative guy, but he can front as one. And that carries a lot in terms of his appeal. Whereas this is like, I don't even know who he's appealing to here. But like, if he's trying to use his privilege to speak out and like get the normies on board, if I were a normie, I wouldn't watch him.
And so I tried speaking for everyone. And this was a horrible mistake. What I thought was being inclusive ended up leading to a lot of people feeling left out and even offended. This fell upon Nick as well, as a non-binary person on the ace spectrum. They wanted to include asexuality and non-binary representation in our videos, but because Nick's experience is not universal, there is no universal experience, people felt that we were delegitimizing their own experiences because we focused on Nick's, and I apologize for that.
Are you just throwing your editor under the bus? Like, I know you said you apologize for that, but you're just saying people were upset because my framing of non-binary and asexuality was purely on my editor, and my editor's experience isn't universal enough. So I'm sorry that I don't know. It feels like a backhanded way where he's like, no, I'm taking responsibility for the fact that my editor's experience isn't good. Like, what is that?
And I'm sure that Nick does as well. I'd also like...
Valhalla Vitti says, I believe Nick was a co-writer. Was he not the editor? I know he was a co-writer. I just thought he was also an editor, but I could be wrong there. Anyway, yeah, I know that they co-writer, well, I mean, I don't even know that co-writer is the correct term, because James Somerton wasn't writing himself. He was like compiling other people's words. But yeah.
To extend a personal apology to Jesse Earl, better known as Jesse Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber, Jesse was by far the kindest person. I think Jesse might be one of the kindest people I've ever met or ever encountered. We never actually met in person. Because of my hot-headedness, I drew her into just this anger spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship.
I mean, like, after H-Bomb's video came out, there was probably no possible friendship there either. But I do know, like I said, I didn't pay close attention to the whole, like, Jesse Gender, James Somerton beef, other than, like, I was kind of, like, I had, like, vague recollections of it. Actually, I know, Admiral Paco, at least you used to be a moderator for Jesse Gender, so maybe you know a little bit more about that, but I don't really know much about this.
She was actually doing her best to kind of mitigate my frustration and everything and at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that, and I really, truly, honestly want to apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance to speak with Jessie one-on-one, or if you have gotten the chance, you'll know just how nice she is and how kind. And I was a real asshole. for dragging her into my...
Okay, so this is a little... Did he, like, try to reach out to her in private? Like, obviously I know it was a public beef, so of course talking about it publicly is fine, but, like, when he said, if you get the chance to talk to Jessie one-on-one, I was almost expecting him to say, can you please let her know that I put this in the video or something like that? I don't, like, I feel like if he had reached out to her in private, he would have mentioned it here. But that he could have. It feels a little weird. It feels like, here's my public apology to Jessie Gender. No, I didn't reach out to her in private beforehand. I'm just bringing her up again so that I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want to relitigate this. I don't know.
Reactionary, unwarranted frustration. We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jessie, if you are watching this video, I do want...
Okay, so he just said they haven't spoke, so here it is, just in the video. I would have... I mean, like, she's probably got him blocked on Twitter. I know she has a lot of people blocked, but I don't know. She's got, like, a business email. There's Discord. There's ways to reach out to her. I would have tried that first rather than putting it out here in this video.
You to know that I am honestly sorry for that. I hope, truly, honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you, because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jessie and I after that happened that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a fan of Jessie's, did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though, I was in a very panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jessie to the police, which is the misunderstanding that people...
Okay. I don't know if this is, like... I have to work from the assumption, knowing that he's a liar, that I can't really trust anything that he's saying. I don't blame anybody if they get a death threat for reporting it. Knowing Jessie Gender's community, I would be very suspect that the death threats were actually coming from within her community. But that's not to say that being in beef with a content creator who has a very nice persona doesn't mean that you won't still catch strays. I know that really any kind of public beef like that will catch you. I mean, I've gotten death threats from people because of, like, conflicts that I've had with other content creators, and I know that the death threats weren't coming from somebody within their community. So, like, yeah, no, I don't doubt that he's gotten death threats. I'm sure he got a lot of death threats after H-Bomb's video. Like, I'm sure he did. That happens. The internet kind of sucks. But yeah, I don't really know anything about this situation.
Came away with. I did not.
Oh, Paco says, yeah, it's still a mod for Jessie. The beef wasn't even talked about on her Discord. Most of her community was in the dark unless they were on Twitter. Oh, okay, so you don't really know anything about it? All right.
Report Jessie to the police. I would have no reason to do that. And it did end up that this person had a prior record with the police of violent acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that they implored me not to speak to Jessie, which I took their advice on.
That sounds like stupid legal advice. That cops are saying, well, this crazy guy they gave you a death threat, so don't talk to this other content creator. Cops are stupid. Like, first off, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Maybe like don't publicly talk to Jesse. I could see that, but just saying don't talk to Jesse at all. Is he using that as his excuse for why he didn't reach out to her in private and is only now talking about why he's sorry to her? Dormius says that sounds straight up like a lie, though. Yeah, maybe. Transpersion, thank you very much for your membership. Welcome in. Dormius says, what's the connection to Jesse? James Somerton and Jesse Gender had an internet beef a while ago, and I don't know the details on it, but somebody issued him a death threat because of the beef, and that's the connection. Mackenzie Latham says he's lying. He has faked this stuff many times before. Entirely possible. Now, I don't doubt that he has gotten death threats. Everyone on the internet has gotten death threats. That's kind of an unfortunate reality of living on the internet. But I don't know if this death threat happened. This particular one happened, and I don't know if him going to the police, if any of this is true or not. If he's got no receipts for it, then you have to take him at his word, and his word, unfortunately, is worth very, very little. So,
which I shouldn't have, honestly. I should have at least clarified to Jessie what was going on and not just left her hanging. And so I want to, again, apologize to Jessie for that. But in that state, I listened to the police, which is, maybe not the best decision all the time because the cops don't usually have the best interests of people at heart. So, Jessie, I want to apologize for that and everything else that happened. Completely understand why you would not want to speak to me ever again, but I just want you to know that I am sorry.
This apology could have been an email. That's all I'm saying. I feel like he's airing too much of this, especially because like his beef with Jesse Gender is completely ancillary to everything else, right? Like the reason he's being canceled was because of the plagiarism. The being an asshole to Jesse Gender was just like that's a cherry on top, right? That's not the same situation. And that's not why people are here. If he wants to apologize to Jesse Gender, he should have reached out to Jesse Gender. If he's doing it here, just front loading it with everything else when people aren't even here for this, all this is doing is bringing increased attention to the fact that he beefed with Jesse Gender, probably something that she would most likely want to move on from. I can't speak for her, but I know how she has handled internet beefs in the past, and she doesn't really like them that much. Not to say that anyone really likes internet beefs, but like, she probably just wants to move on. And like, I feel like he probably should have gotten permission from her first before he did this public apology.
But now back on the original topic, the work Nick and I were doing on the channel, we wanted it to be, for everyone. We wanted it to be a channel where every queer person could feel welcomed, and we failed at that. That is something that in hindsight, I think is impossible to create, and that's why it's important for there to be many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable, which is something that I should have been helping with.
That's right. You should discover queer voices. By the way, Gayfesh on YouTube. Subscribe.
I often shared other queer creators on Twitter, but this was when I only had, 800, 1,000 Twitter followers, and these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing because usually they would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers.
Yeah, follower counts don't really translate from platform to platform. And Twitter clout is kind of its own thing. It doesn't really translate to like YouTube clout or anything like that. Especially now that like Twitter has been set up so that like, links are deprioritized in the algorithm. So you can't even really use it as like a self-promotion vehicle anymore. this is, really kind of unrelated to the whole thing. James Somerton here is explaining why he stopped promoting other people, I'm assuming. Twitter used to be a good place to promote yourself and others. It's not anymore. Valhalla Video says, but I'm a queer creator doing things for the queer community. Queer, queer, queer. Like, dude, we get it. Yeah, yeah, he is really emphasizing that. And like I have to emphasize over and over and over again that I know he's apologized for it in here, but a lot of his work quote unquote was built on the labor of queer people, and he's still trying to tie himself to that label by bringing up the queer community over and over and over again, when it's like, you are part of the queer community, James, but you harmed the queer community a whole lot. And I know you issued a lot of apologies and had a lot of people forgive you, like you said earlier on, without, screenshots or anything like that. So I can only take your word for it, whatever that means. But aside from that, you took credit for the work of dead gay men who died from AIDS. And they can't forgive you because they're dead. They've been dead for decades, and you stole their work. Who gets to forgive you for that? Because they can't.
I'm not sure what created that dichotomy, but something was definitely off with the algorithm there. There is a part of my brain that says YouTube kind of went, oh, white male queer, let's push him, and, ignore everyone else in the community, whereas people were able to actually discover other queer creators on Twitter and then make their way to YouTube. But the YouTube algorithm that's the most negative interpretation I have of it, which unfortunately may be true. In any case, I should have done more to share the voices of other queer people. Certainly the people whose works I used, both credited and plagiarized in my...
I am glad, because I worry when he said credited, I'm like, is he going to say uncredited? I'm glad that he said plagiarized. I'm glad that he is admitting that he plagiarized. There's that. Jeremy says they're coming after me for being a white man. Why left the left? He's not doing a why I left the left grift yet. I mean, I've got 30 minutes still to watch, so we'll see where it goes. But
videos, but also just other creators on YouTube. It's important for us as a community, as vaguely defined as we are, to support each other. And I didn't do that nearly enough. From day one, I was very taken in by the idea of being a YouTuber. As soon as my videos started to get recommended by the algorithm, after not releasing a new video for like 2 years, I felt like I had a short period of time to get the next videos out as soon as possible, which is why so little work was put into the writing of them.
Actually, a lot of work was put into the writing of them. It just wasn't your work.
And so much was taken from other places, plagiarized. Early on, I thought crediting authors in the opening credits alone was enough, especially since the videos weren't monetized early on. But I understand now, especially after speaking with some of the people who I did plagiarize, that was just... I was wrong. That was not the way to go about it. They should have been cited properly.
I don't even believe him. I don't believe him that he thought that just putting their names up in front was enough. Like, this is a CYA. Yeah, I don't believe him. Like, and let's not forget that a lot of times he didn't put their names up. Like, a lot of times he stole people's work without crediting them in any way, shape, or form. Their names weren't attached to the videos. So, yeah, I don't believe him.
Within the text of the video, they should have been called out in the video at least once.
Also, like, just in general, I know this is his second attempt at apologizing. His first one, which I haven't seen in its entirety, I only saw little bits of it where he was very weepy the whole time and opened the video by talking about how he had attempted suicide and how he really, really wanted to still make videos. That was very self-serving, and I understand why he took it down. This is still very self-serving because when you are making an apology, the way to do the apology is to state the harm that you did and say that it was wrong. End of sentence. What he's doing here is he's saying, oh, well, here's why I did those bad things, which is justifying it. And that makes for a bad apology. Because he's justifying it, then he's minimizing it. Because he's minimizing it, he doesn't really think that it was as bad as it was because he could rationalize a reason why he did it. But everyone can rationalize a reason why they do bad things. That's kind of how the human brain works. But that's not enough because he did the bad thing. So, like, I know I say I don't care about his explanation. Obviously, I'm still going to watch his explanation, but, like, I do not care what motivations you had or what good intentions you are now pretending to have ascribed to yourself back then that led you to do the bad thing. But I don't believe you that you didn't know what you were doing. And irrespective of all of that, it shouldn't be in the video. You should just say, here are all of the bad things that I did. They were bad and I'm sorry. That's an apology. Stating what you did, acknowledging it was harmful, attempting to make reparations for it, and particularly because it's a case of severe dishonesty, showing receipts for your attempts to make reparations for it. Because he's opened it up by saying, yes, this is monetized, but I'm going to be, giving that out. And if he shows receipts in this video, looks like it's just his face for 42 minutes. I don't see really any time where he brings something else up on screen. Oh, except, nope, that looks like that's an email. But beyond that, if he's got receipts, they're not here. Now, let's see. Let's take a look. Nope. In fact, his description has a link to his Patreon. Now, if he's posted receipts elsewhere that show that he is giving money to the aggrieved parties, if somebody can let me know where I could find that, then that'd be one thing. But, like, most people are just going to watch this video. They're not going to do the efforts to actually go and look at all of that other stuff. When he's making this apology, this is it. This is what people are going to see. And if he doesn't bring the receipts, if we can only take him at his word that he's apologizing and that he's working to make amends, like, what good is that? Anyway, and, like, I kind of even just got on a rant that was a little, like, branched off from what he was even talking about, because where I paused here, he was justifying why he did the bad things. Like, oh, God. Okay, let's go.
Verbally, as well as, having citations on screen, if there were a whole lot of them, like with, one of the examples that H Bomber Guy used in his video was the Deep Cuts video. There were a whole lot of people who I, credited in the opening credits, but really it's plagiarism. They should have been cited on screen with actual citations of, links where you can find this stuff. Maybe there should have even been a bibliography that you could have gone to, like on a Google Drive or something like that. Because, although I might have stated that the scripts were based upon the work of these authors, it, in many cases, wasn't just based on their work. It was their work.
Okay. Actually, what he just said there is kind of like, it kind of ties back into my whole thing about showing receipts. Because, yeah, here he's talking about how he thought just putting it up there, which I don't believe him. He knew what he was doing. But, like, saying, oh, well, I thought if I just put their names up at the beginning, that would be good enough to credit them. Almost like he thinks saying, yeah, I'm the money from these videos is going to the victims. Because I said so. That's enough. Like, yeah, you actually do have to do the work to show that you did the work. So, anyway.
Word for word. In some cases, I did get permission, like with the Evil Queens Disney video. I'll put the email up on the screen that I got.
Let's see. Okay, this is from Sean Griffin in September 10th, 2020. Says, hi, James. I did get a chance to watch your video. While I'm perhaps not as pessimistic about the relationship between Disney and LGBTQI culture as your pieces, I recognize and largely agree with the issues you're raising about where things have gone since I wrote my book. And I'm grateful for the shout out on the title card. It was the one thing that I was going to request, that you give me at least a bit of citation. It's a very thoughtful video, and I hope your audience gets a lot out of it. All the best, Sean.
From Sean Griffin, where he did give me permission to publish the video. I sent the finished video to him, and he watched it, and he gave me permission. But
okay, hang on, wait. He's saying this is the email where he had sent him the video ahead of time and got permission. And he's like, I'm grateful for the shout out on the title card. It's the one thing that was going to request that you give me at least a bit of citation. This is like a very backhanded thing. Like, it's very passive aggressive, saying, hey, I was hoping for at least a little bit of citation, and I guess you did the bare minimum.
To him. And he watched it and he gave me permission. But in most cases.
Also, like, that email doesn't, I mean, I don't know when that video came out. If that video came out after September 10th. Actually, hang on. Okay, so it's probably taken down. I'm gonna check his YouTube channel. Let me bring that up. Give me a second here. Here, let me drag this up here. Videos. How many do we have? He's left up several. Does he have the Evil Queens? It doesn't look like he does. Which is weird, because if that video is one where he was literally given permission, or he's claiming he was given permission by the author, then why wouldn't he leave that one up? But it doesn't look like it's up, so I can't check the date. But anyway, that email doesn't explicitly show him giving permission to post the video. That's just saying, hey, I liked the video. Like, you might be able to infer a rubber stamp of approval to post the video there, but for James Somerton, notorious serial liar, I'm gonna want to see, like, receipts showing exactly what you say they're showing.
I didn't get permission, and thought that just putting the author's name in the opening credits was enough. I was much more interested in the production of the videos than the writing of them at this point. So after 3 or 4 videos, I brought Nick on as a main writer for the channel.
Throwing Nick under the bus again. He's saying he's more interested in the production of the videos than the writing, so I brought Nick on as the main writer, which means that if there's any issues with the writing for the video, that it was Nick who was doing the plagiarizing. That's the implication. Like, I need to remind you all that Nick cut ties with James Somerton when H-Bomb's video came out. As far as I can tell, Nick was caught completely off guard by this whole thing. Like, I don't imagine that you just happen to get two people who are both independently plagiarizing. Either they're both plagiarizing and they know that they're both plagiarizing, or only one of them is plagiarizing and the other one trusts the first one's work and doesn't check it.
The idea is that they would write the vast majority of the scripts. I would film, voice, and edit the videos, and we'd split the money that came in. We were roommates at the time, and Nick
Oh my god, they were roommates. Sorry.
didn't have a job, so I figured it would help both of us. This is actually when we had some of our biggest videos, like the ones talking about Wiccan and Hulkling, where we
His niche said Nick didn't even double check James's notes or his notes for that matter, since Nick admitted that he didn't even do research. Okay, I haven't looked too much into Nick's testimony on that. His niche said Nick already threw James under the bus and left about it. His niche, are you saying throwing James under the bus? Are you a fan of James Somerton? Because, like, I don't know, just from the phrasing there, I don't know how much I should take your word on it.
lucked out because it came out right in time for WandaVision to hit. And then the killing stopped.
Oh, hell no. Okay, I was just sorry. I just saying Nick throwing James under the bus, like, I don't think that's a fair way to phrase Nick cutting ties with somebody after they were outed as a plagiarist. Like, that's not throwing him under the bus. What James is doing by tying Nick to this is throwing Nick under the bus. James is the front of the channel. It is James's channel. Nick was hired to work on James's channel. So when James is outed for doing these things, if he puts any of the blame on Nick, then that is throwing Nick under the bus. So, yeah. Mackenzie Latham says they both turned on the other, but James was the most deceptively gaslighting about it. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, of course they turned on each other because Nick cut ties with him over this. And then James Somerton was, it was suggesting that Nick is responsible for some of this. I can't imagine a situation where they were both independently plagiarizing, and like that just doesn't, like, without knowledge of it. So either Nick knew about the plagiarizing and is lying about it and blaming James, or Nick didn't know about the plagiarizing and was just assuming James was doing his own research. James has already in this video admitted that he himself is doing plagiarizing. So he's already confessed. So we know James is plagiarizing. So to throw Nick in here as well means that he's trying to deflect some of the blame onto Nick. And I don't know. I just, I don't really buy that. Anara says they both share responsibility. Nick is going to find it hard to be taken seriously. Sure. Yeah, I get that. I don't know how much of the blame should be put on Nick. I don't know the writing situation. Either Nick knew about the plagiarism or Nick didn't know about the plagiarism, but it's not like I said, they weren't both independently doing plagiarism without knowing about the other person's plagiarism. That's not what was happening here. Like, that's not a situation that you would typically run into. That would be crazy. Anyway. Nick either knew or abetted James. Well, it could be that Nick didn't care to do enough research himself to look into the claims that James was putting in and just took James's word for it. That's entirely possible. Like I said, I don't really know that much about Nick. I don't want it to come across like I'm absolving Nick of all responsibility here, but it really does just seem like James wants us to associate Nick with this when James is the front of the channel and James was doing the plagiarism, confessed that he was doing the plagiarism. So,
Talking video, which became our biggest video by far. The Sadism of Class was another one. These videos weren't plagiarized, and we loved making them. It didn't take long for the channel income to start growing. Lucky timing, really, because this was around the same time that I was laid off, since the company that I was working for downsized once COVID hit its second year. Nick and I had both grown up poor, so we started doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible. This meant putting out more videos, which meant I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues, as well as managing the channel and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis, all of that was already taking up so much of my time.
Don't bring up your sick mom. Just do not bring up your sick mom. That is purely a sympathy ploy. You did harm to other people. Don't bring up your sick mom and try to act like that is, just don't do it. Also, thank you, $5 tip from you-know-who saying interrupting bees. That's very kind of you.
Time and attention. This led to a lot of copy and pasting blocks of text into scripts. My intention at the time was to use these as a jumping off point once Nick and I sat down to edit the script, because that's...
Oh my god. Right. Okay. So if he's saying that that's his intention, then he is here trying to imply that Nick knew about the plagiarism. Which, like I said, it is possible, but it does feel like he's throwing Nick under the bus for it. Yeah, like right here, he is admitting that he did the plagiarism. Nick didn't do the plagiarism. He did the plagiarism. He took the block of text, put it in the script, and his intention was. So Nick wasn't doing the plagiarism. Nick was either aware of the plagiarism or unaware of the plagiarism. But this right here is showing that it was James doing the plagiarism. And if Nick knew about the plagiarism, then that's a problem. And that makes Nick complicit. And it also may be a thing where if Nick knows about the plagiarism, then Nick is also doing the plagiarism. I'm not in that room. I don't know. I'm not inclined to believe James Somerton at all. I don't really know Nick. It's entirely possible that they were doing it. I'm just saying I don't trust James. I don't believe James for a second. I don't believe his framing of things. So,
That's what we would do. I would sort of put in my parts, Nick would put in his parts, and then we would sit down at a table, read through the whole script, and kind of try and make it seem cohesive. But, and here's something I'm sure a lot of people will call a bullshit excuse.
Mm-hmm.
I have memory issues.
Bullshit. Yep, that's a bullshit excuse. You didn't accidentally forget that you were plagiarizing dozens and dozens of videos. Fuck off. You didn't plagiarize entire blocks of text and forget that you were plagiarizing entire blocks of text so that you didn't bring it up to Nick when you were working on editing the script into it. Fuck off. Like, if this was a one-time thing, if you put in a block of text one time that was a plagiarism and forgot to bring it up to your writing partner and that snuck into a video, but that was your only offense, I might buy that as an excuse. But this was serial. Like, H-Bomb showed how often it happened. So fuck off.
Because of a head injury from when I was a child. They're actually getting worse. I've talked about it on streams and in videos, so yes, it is real, but some people will call it a bullshit excuse anyway.
It is a bullshit excuse anyway. Like, you may have a head injury, you may have memory issues, but that doesn't mean that you fall into a permanently habitual pattern of accidentally putting in plagiarized materials into your work, not notating it, and then forgetting to bring it up to your co-writer. That doesn't happen on a consistent schedule for years. That's not how memory issues work. You did this knowingly. You didn't forget to bring it up to Nick. You deliberately plagiarized. Like, I don't buy this for a fucking second. And throwing this in here now, you're sorry you got caught. That's all this says to me, because you're just minimizing what you did at every conceivable opportunity, bringing up your sick mom, bringing up your memory issues, bringing up like this, that, and the other, calling Nick your head writer. All of this is to minimize your own culpability for what you did. This is not a fucking apology. What the fuck?
The head injury is actually what led to me having epilepsy, which is why I can't work in any job that involves physical labor. Employers can't get insurance for me to like lift things or operate vehicles and stuff like that. I actually did marketing for a restaurant group for a little while, but got let go when they found out that I was epileptic because, at least according to them, I couldn't be insured to be in the kitchens where I needed to be to film videos and take photos and stuff like that. But anyway, when it came to edit,
yeah, there it is. Just more of the pity party here. I couldn't do any other job than plagiarizing other people's work. His niche, he didn't say narcolepsy, he said epilepsy. Narcolepsy is when you have frequent sleeping bouts. Epilepsy is a seizure condition. Oftentimes, it doesn't sound like to him, it doesn't sound like it's a photosensitive epilepsy for him. I'm not super familiar on all of the details of epilepsy. But yeah, epilepsy is something that where you can have induced seizures. So yeah. Yeah, Bakuni says he never did the job in the first place. Plagiarism is not a job. This is true.
the scripts, I couldn't remember what I...
His niche says, what bearing does this have on him being a plagiarist? It's nothing. It's just a pity party. He's just, he's bringing up hardships in his life so that you take pity on him, so that you forgive him for taking credit for the work of dead gay men. That's it. Ultimately, that's what it is. I have health issues, so you should feel sorry for me for taking the credit, stealing the work of dead gay men. Like, I need to hammer that down, because it wasn't just that he was plagiarizing. He was taking the beautiful artwork and the beautiful words that came out of the tragedies of the gay genocide of the 80s and passing it off as his own shit. Remember how heinous what he did was. So, like, I don't give a fuck that you have epilepsy. Tough shit. That doesn't mean you get to fucking take credit for the work of dead gay men.
Written and what had been copy-pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put into the script and filled them in with wholly original thoughts.
Yes. Yes, you should have. Like, if you said that... There, you said it. Okay, we're at 13 minutes and 52 seconds into the video. What's the rest of this doing here? You have said what you did. You have said it was wrong. You have said that you have reached out to the aggrieved parties, at least the ones that you can. So what's the rest of this video for? Because it's not a fucking apology.
Or I should have been taking notes on where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else. But I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but...
I have ADHD. Sometimes I forget to write things down, but that doesn't lead to serial plagiarism. I have ADHD and I can develop habits. You got in the habit of taking things from other people. You can also develop the habit of writing down your fucking citations. Stop. So many people there. One of the downsides, and I'm saying downsides as a corollary because just overall, I think the increased attention to mental health struggles is a good thing. People should be more aware of mental health issues so that we can eliminate the stigma from those mental health issues, so that we can better understand as a society how to deal with those mental health issues in a healthy and productive way. But the corollary to that of bringing increased awareness to them is that people are starting to use that to excuse their behavior. To say, here's why I did this bad thing. I have ADHD. No, I'm not going to point out that other people with ADHD don't do what I did. It was the mental illness. And the mental illness could possibly play a part in why you did those things. But at the end of the day, you are the only one who lives inside your head. You are the only one controlling your body. And damaged as your mind might be, it's still your mind, and your mind is still connected to your body, and your body does things that are your responsibility. Yao Bikuni says, this is contributing to the stigma. James is making it sound like people with ADHD can't function or plagiarize regularly. Yeah. No, it does harm. It does harm. Because people see advocates for mental health things like this and go, oh my God, they just don't want to take responsibility for their actions because they're just using all of these mental illnesses. Should we even believe that they're true? You know, like that's a risk that you run into when you do shit like this. ADHD is a real thing, okay? I haven't been diagnosed with it, but like, if I don't have it, I don't know, like, what the fuck do I have? Because like, I have basically every single symptom of ADHD, especially the executive dysfunction. That's a big one for me. So I understand the struggle of ADHD. I get it a lot. And it's not an excuse for bad behavior. So don't bring it up as an excuse for bad behavior. We don't want bad behavior to be associated with a specific mental health condition, because then people are going to see that bad behavior and go, oh, that person, that bad behavior, they have ADHD, or they're a narcissist, or they have BPD. No, we don't want to do that. We want to call out bad behavior for being bad behavior. We can inform that behavior based on extenuating circumstances within the mental health and take steps to make sure that people are getting the help that they need, but that doesn't absolve them of the responsibility for their actions.
I don't know if I'm willing to say that, really. Maybe it was.
Hang on, let me go back like 20 minutes.
Probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to say that, really.
You don't know if you're willing to say that thing that you literally just said. That's so fucking dishonest. Oh, my therapist said it might be my ADHD, but I don't know if I should mention that. You just mentioned it. What the fuck is this having your cake and eating it too? Like, look at that bullshit rhetoric. Like, just immediately, it's so naked.
Maybe it was, or maybe it was just plain laziness. Maybe I thought that this was somewhere that I could cut a corner because I was torn in so many other directions. Honestly, I can't remember, like I said. Memory issues. But yes, we should have just thrown out my contributions to the scripts and filled them in with original writing.
Honestly, Nick should have worked for a better YouTuber.
But we felt like we had too much of a time crunch. We felt like we had to get videos out more often to feed the algorithm. And then my mom died. and I became completely useless. I couldn't think straight at all. So Nick,
Well, you're gay, so and I get to say that joke because I'm also gay. So you couldn't think straight because you're thinking gay. No. Again, all of this is just him rationalizing why he did the bad thing and bringing up his mom dying. Like, I'm sorry your mom died. That sucks. Family members dying sucks. That has nothing to do with you stealing the work of dead gay men. So don't fucking bring it up in your apology. I don't care.
had to completely take over writing duties while I dealt with things you deal with after a person dies. My dad, you see, he can't read or write. He was very poor when he was a kid, so he had to leave school really young to work in order to feed his many brothers and sisters. So I had to deal with all the legal stuff after my mom died as
I don't care. This is all just more woe is me. Here is why I did the bad thing.
well as making sure that all my dad's bills were paid and whatnot.
Transpersion says, what are we even talking about now? Yeah, like he's literally just going off onto a pity party now. Here's how bad my life was when I did the plagiarism. Like, I don't give a fuck. I literally do not care. I don't even know that I believe that any of this is true because he's a notorious liar. So again, I don't, sure, maybe his mom died. Probably his mom died. I don't know that he's like, I can't imagine his mom is going on YouTube and bringing up, oh, my son put out a video. Let me watch this. And then it turns out she's dead in that one. She goes, what the fuck? Like, yeah, his mom's dead. I don't think that's something that you can just straight up lie about. But like, he's just bringing it up as a pity party. He's just bringing it up to excuse the bad things that he did. And I think there is a time and a place to talk about the extenuating circumstances that might have contributed to you doing bad things, but it's not in your fucking apology video.
Especially after his income was basically cut in half. There was supposed to be a buffer here.
Anira the Wandering Snake says, YouTuber take breaks for this stuff. Well, yes, but also, unfortunately, YouTube does punish you for taking breaks. I try to stream twice a week, and I put out daily uploads. And if I miss one of those streams, I notice that my views go down overall. Like, it stops pushing out my videos as much. So, not excusing his plagiarism at all, but I do understand the content grind mindset and that YouTube really doesn't want you to take breaks. And it's something that you have to be aware of. And like, it's something, and like, I'll miss streams for like mental health reasons and stuff like that. I'm not afraid to take those breaks, but I do notice that when I take those breaks, it does negatively impact my channel. Mackenzie Latham says, Fesh, you need to understand this is not an apology video. It's a measured response. Yeah, but it's an apology video because he was front-loading it with a whole bunch of apologies. The rationality for why he did those things shouldn't be in a video like this where he's apologizing for stuff. If he wants to have a pity party later, okay. But like, his first apology was self-serving and gross and a pity party. And it was so bad that he took it down. And since he took it down, that makes this his official apology video. And it's self-serving and a pity party and gross. It's the same fucking thing. So I'm almost wondering if he's going to take this one down at some point. If he does, actually, it'd be really funny if he took it down while I'm watching it. I do have it downloaded in case that happens, so it won't impact me. I can just pull up the video. But yeah,
money-wise, as my mom had a life insurance policy that was going to be split between my dad and myself. But the insurance company, RBC Insurance, so if you have insurance with them, maybe rethink that, refused to pay out the policy because my mother never mentioned that she had family with diabetes. She didn't have diabetes, but because she didn't think to mention that she had family with diabetes, it apparently voided the policy. All they did was refund a year's worth of premiums that she'd paid, even though she'd been paying them for about 15 years. One of the things...
Fuck insurance companies. Sure. But again, I don't care about your pity party. Is the whole rest of this just going to be a pity party? Like, when was the last time he said sorry?
Main thing, really, that I was supposed to do with my portion of the insurance money was I was supposed to make a movie. These were direct instructions from my mom herself. She'd been...
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. The movie that failed to materialize, that he grifted a whole bunch of people out of their money for, was his dying mom's dying wish. Holy fucking shit. Fuck you, dude. Really? That's the angle we're going with here? Holy shit.
Very much behind me when I decided, when I was about 10, that I wanted to be a filmmaker. And she wanted me to finally have the opportunity to do that, even if she never got to see it. So when the life insurance went bust, I decided to try and crowdfund it, at least enough to make a short film or two. This is what Telos grew out of. So, what happened with Telos? All
right, let's get into it. Front loading. Like, this is the first time he is mentioning Telos. And it's front loaded with a huge sob story about how his mom died and the insurance company, fucked them over on the payout. Okay. Reminder, he crowdfunded a film project that never fucking materialized. So he stole people's money. And he is now bringing this up after the sob story. So that when you're thinking about, oh, wow, oh, man, his poor mom. Wow, insurance companies, man, they really fucking suck, right? God, man, that really sucks. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Then he goes into the part about how he stole a bunch of people's money. And he wants you to have it in your head, not that he stole people's money, but that his mom died. I was wondering, why is he even bringing his mom into this? Now I know, and it's horrible. I wish his mom wasn't dead. Just because, like, nobody should have to have their legacy be their lying children using them for pity while they committed immoral acts.
Break down the timeline. When we launched the campaign in February of 2022, we hoped to raise $3,000 to produce a short film that we hoped that we would then use as a sort of proof of concept to attract investors, either private, public, or through Canada's telefilm program, to produce a feature. Some people online have stated that $3,000 never would have covered the cost of a short film, but these were not going to be unionized movies, and we were very clear about that up front. We wanted to be able to pay actors as best that we could, but we never expected to be able to reach typical union wages. The crew was going to be made up of people that I had gone to film school with. Everyone, including Nick and myself, we were...
If you're unfamiliar with the content that I usually do on my channel, I actually spent a lot of time covering the writers and actors strikes when those were going on. I have a significant interest in particularly the entertainment industry and unions. And I'm of the opinion that if you're going to make a short film and you can't get union workers, then you should not make a short film. Now, obviously, he did follow that advice. He didn't make a short film. But if you only have $3,000 to make a short film, that's a short film that you should make with your buddies. That's not a short film that you should be hiring people for. If you're hiring them, you should pay them what they're fucking worth. And $3,000 ain't gonna cut it. Now, I have seen films made on shoestring budgets that were pretty good. Primer famously was made on $7,000. And that movie does not look like it was made on $7,000. It looks cheap. Like, it looks very low budget. Cheap isn't the right word. But, they made full use of all of their knowledge to make that movie look worth more than it was. But, yeah. You can make a short film for $3,000. I just don't think you can make it ethically. So that alone, he shouldn't have done. Obviously, he didn't make it. But he still fundraised for it. And nothing ever materialized.
Roommates at the time living on the East Coast were more than happy to work behind the scenes for free. We planned on writing a movie with a small cast and only 1 or 2 locations, ideally ones that we could get access to for free. Again, we assumed all of the money would go to the actors. We kind of looked at this as a sort of community theater troupe, but for filmmaking.
Okay, I have done community theater. Actually, I think because I've done a lot of community theater. I actually think there's only a couple of acting things that I've ever done that I was actually paid for. And I've done them for the love of the craft. But also, when I was in high school, I had aspirations of being a professional actor. I was doing community theater primarily because it was a lot easier to get into, and it could help me build a resume so that I could try my hand at, paid gigs and stuff like that. So I'm not unsympathetic to the idea. Like I said, if you want to make a short film, on a shoestring budget, you make it with your buddies. And it sounds like that's what he's kind of describing. But I have since kind of turned around and I'm like, no, acting takes a lot of work, and it's not as appreciated as people even think that it is. So if you are hiring actors, you're not just you and your buddies acting in it yourselves. You pay them what they're worth, and what they're worth is union.
Campaign launched, it did.
Mackenzie Latham says he says they only had 3K, but he has 6K, one 6K and one 8K film camera. Well, those are for his channel. The Telos thing is a separate project. Now, obviously, he can use those cameras for his short films and stuff, but those are separate from the short film financing project, right? Obviously, if you're doing a shoestring budget film, you're going to use existing existing hardware, existing equipment, which those cameras would be.
Infinitely better than we could have expected, and our ambitions grew. We started planning to make a feature instead of a short film. And
Mackenzie says, someone noted that he had 10K, around a 10K equipment, was frequently talking about how little money they had for filming or supporting a film. Yeah. And you might do weird accounting tricks for that, saying, well, this is money that I had for, my channel. This was separate from, the film thing. The film thing, it needs to come from its own budget and stuff like that. Accounting fuckery, shit like that. I don't know how much I buy. Obviously, I am not inclined to be charitable to him at all. So you're probably very right. Dan has an entire thread on how much he was lying about the Telos fair foldable human. Yeah. I think I read that. It's been a while. I haven't really looked into the whole situation basically since H-Bomb dropped his video. I watched that one, and like I was looking into things for about a week afterward. But basically, since then, I'm just going off of my memory of what I saw from back then. So if I'm missing something, I appreciate chatters in here that can remind me or fill me in on stuff.
Plan was to take this around to film festivals. The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre 10 years after the fact, as she was publishing a book about her ordeal, drawing attention from people online convinced that she had actually been the killer all along. In the end, we would find out that the killer was the boyfriend of the girl who the main character had secretly been dating at the time of the killings. And most of the people he killed were, in his eyes, collateral damage as he made his way to our main character, because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix, read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie. And
I can only take his word on that. I'm not going to go read that book. Yeah, okay. I was wondering where he was going with this. I was like, I don't care why are you telling me the plot synopsis? But I guess okay, if people are accusing him of doing that. Yeah, okay. So, and the concept of a final girl, right? That is a thing that's been around since basically the dawn of the slasher flick, right? And the idea of following a final girl in her, post slasher life, like, I mean, we've seen that in the Scream sequels, right? With Sydney's character. So it's not a unique idea. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that two different people could come up with the idea to tell a story about a final girl after the whole slashing thing was over. Actually, there was a film that came out last year called It's a Wonderful Knife, which is a very fun, very campy slasher flick where basically the final girl wishes that she had never been born. And it ends up with the slasher having killed a lot more people because of it. So, like, there are story concepts around the final girl, right? Yeah, anyway.
Final Girl is a trope.
Yeah, it's a trope.
Horror movies. So if using the final girl trope is plagiarism, then basically everyone who's made a slasher movie since Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
His Ninja said, what movie is this called again? It's called It's a Wonderful Knife. I think it's on Shudder. I could be wrong there. I don't know where you can find it. I saw it in the theater, but it's a very fun, very campy movie. It doesn't take itself seriously at all, and it's good. It's great.
Owes the Toby Hooper estate some money. But anyway, Nick and I planned out the movie, but I didn't want to start writing it until the campaign ended and the money was actually deposited. After the insurance debacle, I didn't want to count our chickens before they hatched. When the money was officially deposited, I immediately began work on the screenplay. I finished it that summer, soon after Nick had left to spend 2 months at home in Ottawa, Ontario with family. I sent the script to him to read right away because I was very proud of it. But Nick...
What is this story for? Like, I don't know. At this point, it feels like he's mostly doing this for his audience, but like, this video obviously was going to go outside of his audience. I just like, or is this just going to be another sob story? Like, we're gonna like I was sitting there going, okay, yeah, your mom died. I'm very sorry about that. And then it came into and it was her dying wish that I made this movie. Like, that's when it clicked to me. So when is it gonna click? What are we building to here? What's gonna click that he's going into all of the details here? He's gonna come up with another sob story for why he ran off with all the money.
Didn't want to share his opinion on it until he got back to the East Coast. So in the meantime, I put out a preliminary casting call on local job boards. When Nick got back, he believed that the script needed a page 1 rework. This is also when he told me that he'd be moving back to Ontario permanently soon, as he
Actually, you know what? That doesn't surprise me at all. That James Somerton, who to this point has been plagiarizing all of his work, started writing a screenplay, and if he didn't plagiarize it, that Nick would come in and go, "Oh yeah, no, this isn't very good," because up to this point he hasn't been doing any writing. Yabakuni says, "I have heard that liars tends to embellish their stories, and this feels like he's doing just that." Yes, that is a common thing that you will find, is that they will try to drown you in details, because the more details you have, the more true the story is, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up. Anyone know the like to dislike ratio? Well, it didn't load up for me. I can't see any likes on it, but I don't want to refresh, so we can maybe refresh later and find out if it loads up.
wanted to live closer to family and live in a bigger city with more opportunities.
Although, actually, hang on. It says disabled by owner, so he might actually have likes and dislikes hidden entirely. So you might not even be able to see how many likes this video has.
This was a punch to the gut for me. We had been living together since 2015 and had become quite dependent on each other. I felt like there was no way that I could make this movie without him. And since I had received not that many replies to the initial casting call, I took this as a sign that Ontario would be a better place to launch Telos, even though all my professional film connections were on the East Coast. That was a mistake. There, I had free access to the campground that would serve as the setting for a good portion of the movie, as well as easy access to any number of houses, apartments, and even offices that friends of friends would let me use to shoot. In Ontario, I had none of that, which immediately put the brakes on Final Girl, since there was no conceivable way of filming it, at least not within the budget that we had.
So did you refund any of the money that you fundraised for it then? You moved cities, realized you couldn't make the film. At that point, you post an update to your backers saying, "Hey guys, this fell through. Here's your money back." Did you do that? Because I'm betting you didn't.
After Nick and I moved to the Toronto area, he decided that he actually wanted to move home to Ottawa, to the Ottawa area, about 5 hours away, at least for a little while. In the meantime, he would take a train to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, once a month to work on YouTube videos for a few days and then head back. This went on for a little less than a year. So I began brainstorming new movies that we could film in Ontario. This is where the multiple posters and teaser trailers came from. I was trying to create something tangible to show that work was still being done with Telos. I wrote multiple
Oh. We were trying to show that work was being done, even though we couldn't secure any filming sites or get any actors on board. But we made some posters, and that's because I wanted my financial backers to know that I wasn't wasting their time, that I was actually doing work. I was in Photoshop for a couple hours making some posters for it. That's the money well spent. Keep it coming.
treatments for movies over the next few months, and Nick and I eventually landed on one called Antisocial, a murder.
Quinn says, "Why does Nick in any way needs to be in person for any of this? This is post-COVID. Zoom is like default company stuff." Yeah, I don't know. I will say that there is something to be said for being physically present with somebody else if you're going to sit down and work. And like, speaking of somebody who has ADHD myself, if I'm just talking to someone on a Zoom call and then I hang up, like, we might not have that kind of free flowing collaborative process working on it. Whereas, like, say, hey, I take a weekend, we're just going to sit down this weekend and work on it. If I'm sitting with another person, we've decided to work on it the whole time, we might get a lot more done. But yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. Like, it may just be a thing where their work process had been developed initially because they were roommates, so they were used to that kind of situation, and maybe they just felt that worked better for them than Zoom calls. I don't know.
A mystery about a former social media clique who had gone their separate ways on very bad terms, and they were coming together for a reunion at a sort of VidCon event. They were all sharing a house, and then some of them were going to start showing up dead. Around this same time, summer of 2023.
Oh God, for a second, when he said they're all going to show up dead, for a second, I hadn't realized that he was talking about the premise for the short film. I thought he was talking about, like, he was going to go, like, to VidCon with a couple of people, and then he murdered them all.
Nick had moved to the GTA full-time.
Side Ethel says, you have to say they were roommates in the funny voice only? Okay, they were roommates. Oh my God, they were roommates.
He and I spent weeks working out exactly how the murder mystery would parse out in the movie. We had a bunch of whiteboards up on my wall, and we were just breaking it down piece by piece. I'd put out a new casting call in the GTA and received hundreds of responses, so I was planning on casting as soon as the script was finished. But after trying to work out the numbers as far as paying actors went, plus locations, food, costumes, as well as the equipment that we'd already purchased and the legal costs of setting up Telos as a business, we realized that we'd gone way too big with this movie. The movie had too many characters and too many locations, and it was just way too complex to be able to pull off with the budget. So I started working on a script for a movie called The Listener, about a true crime podcast.
Okay, so there are financial costs involved with forming a business, you know, getting licenses and stuff like that, but, like, how much money did he raise on Telos? Like, he says buying equipment, right? Okay, so, like, is he including his 6K and 10K cameras for that? Like, is that the equipment that he's talking about buying? Site Deathful says GTA is Greater Toronto area. Yeah. It's a Greater Toronto area, not Grand Theft Auto.
Focused on the mysterious deaths of homeless gay men in his city. I was a fair way
Whoa.
called The Listener, about a true crime podcaster focused on the mysterious deaths of homeless gay men in his city.
I don't want him writing that at all. With his history with how he's treated dead gay men, I don't want him anywhere near that.
Fair way into the script.
His niche says they raised $60K for Telos. $60,000. $60 fucking $1,000. And he was buying 10K and 6K cameras, and which he doesn't fucking need, because he's using his 10K camera and you can't fucking tell. Jesus Christ. $60,000 and nothing to show for it except a couple of posters. Not even what happens to the Final Girl short? Why couldn't you just do the Final Girl short? Is it because you needed a page one rewrite on that, so you decided to write something else that was bigger and ended up being too expensive? Dust off the Final Girl script. Redo that. What happened to starting small as a proof of concept to prove that you actually know what you're doing? You just went from that to going, okay, no, we're going big. We're going big, except we can't afford to go big, so we're just going to take the money and go home. Like, no, fuck off. $60,000 with nothing to show for it is not, oh, we had some business costs that we had to eat. No, that is fraud. Dormia says the Final Girl was just stolen. Yeah, he said that Final Girl Support Club, the book was not at all related to his story. And without having read that book or without being able to read the script that he had for the Final Girl, I have no way of knowing. He claims they're nothing alike, but he is a liar. So, yeah.
When we realized it'd be about a year before we could even film anything, since winter was on its way and the story relied heavily on a summer setting. So we went back to the drawing board yet again, finally settling on a modern-day adaptation of The Vampire, based on the book by John Polidori. It's one of the original works of published vampire fiction. It's never received a proper film adaptation.
Hey, he learned that if you go back far enough, you can find public domain works, and then it's not plagiarism.
And was in public domain, so we thought it would be a great choice. And the cast could be kept down to basically 5 characters, with only 2 of them being on screen most of the time. Nick and I both wrote treatments for it, which we planned on melding together into a final treatment that we would write the script based off of. We'd had a meeting about it, and we were talking about how best to move forward, how fast we could get the script written, how long it would take to cast, how soon we could start shooting. We knew that it had been a while since the initial funding of Telos came in, and we wanted to get something concrete out as soon as possible. After the meeting, we went to dinner, and while at dinner, I started getting messages about the H-Bomber Guy video.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you shitting me? He's blaming H-Bomber Guy for why he ran off with 60 grand. Dormy says that's so obviously a lie. Well, like, he knew ahead of time that H-Bomber Guy was making a video about him. Oh, Dormia says H-Bomb is in GMT, published the vid during the day for him. Do you have a conversion on that? Like, because okay, so he was in Ottawa. If somebody can look that up, hang on. UD time zone. Ottawa time zone is Eastern Standard Time. Okay. So that is GMT -5. So dinner for James is like late night for H-Bomb. It's at least 5 hours. Okay, so also keep in mind that it's 2 hours into the H-Bomb video that he drops the James Somerton thing. So you have to consider when the video dropped, add 2 hours, unless people skipped ahead. Which, I mean, of course people did, but like it's still, it's a 4-hour video, so it would have had to take a while for it to get the full traction. And I saw people tweeting about it pretty much right away. And if James was not plugged in online at the time, it might not have been immediate. Except, no, wait. How quick was his response? Did he? Yeah, that's right. No, he was started like privating things like 3 hours later, right? Yeah, no, like didn't he actually start like responding and privating shit before like the length of the video had even been finished? Also, $5 tip, thank you from the bees. Surprise again. The bees. Yeah, pretty much immediately. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. He did respond pretty much immediately. Let me go back. So he said he was at dinner when he...
Dinner. After the meeting, we went to dinner. And while at dinner, I started getting messages about the H-Bomber Guy video.
Okay. So hang on. When did... Is there any way to find out the time? The exact time that H-Bomber Guy's video was released? Bomber Guy James Somerton video. Okay. No, that actually didn't. Let's see. Okay, so it was posted on Reddit. New video from. Oh no, so sorry. Hang on. I don't even know how I would find out the exact time. What was it called? Oh, that's H Bomber Guy Plagiarism is the name of the video. So, honestly, if I search H Bomber Guy Plagiarism site reddit.com. And is there any way to sort it? No, I want to, because I was just thinking. Okay, here we are. The official. Okay, so sorry, bringing this up here. So the official posting on the H Bomber Guy subreddit for plagiarism in YouTube. Because it's the H-Bomb subreddit, it had to have been posted there pretty much immediately as soon as it came out. So that was posted Saturday, December 2nd at 5:23 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which would have been 8:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Which is around dinner time. So this may actually be well, and also hang on. What time is it in the UK? Current UK time is 2:46 a.m. and right now here at my place it's 6:46. So 5:23, if we assume that this was posted, so that would have been like 1:30, 1 or 1:30 a.m. H-Bomb's time. Yeah, H-Bomber Guy Discord says 8:22 p.m. EST is when it was posted. Okay. So then, no, all right. We fact-checked it. This actually does add up then. That he could plausibly have been at dinner when he started getting alerted to the video. That being said, there were indications earlier that H Bomber Guy was doing an investigation of James Somerton. In fact, hadn't H Bomb reached out to James Somerton at some point? Like, I don't know that he was 100% blindsided by it. Maybe he thought that H-Bomb was using him for a citation or something, but like, no spoil. Oh, sorry. Valhalla's talking about Jedi Survivor. Yeah, I haven't played that one yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the dinner thing is a lie. I don't think that was his first indication that H-Bomb was doing something about it. H-Bomb had already indicated that he was doing a video on plagiarism because he pulled out that stuff for the Illuminati situation. Because he already had it on hand because he was doing his plagiarism video. And he didn't mention James Somerton there. But if James Somerton had been paying any kind of attention to H-Bomb, he probably would have been able to put two and two together if H-Bomb had reached out to him. Again, I'm not 100% sure that he had beforehand, but I seem to remember saying something about that. Yeah, Side Deathful says, when you have to fact check everything because liar. Yeah, okay, yeah.
We were in over our heads once we left the East Coast, but the intention was never, ever, to take the money and run. I was so insanely excited about getting to make Telos a reality. I was excited about getting to make a short film, let alone a feature. It's always been my dream to make movies, so Telos meant and means.
Oh my god. Holy shit. He's I'm taking a look over at his Patreon. James of Telos. 3 posts. How many members does it have? Total members 14, paid members 6. This video came out. Come on, give me a time. Is there a time for when it was posted? No, there's not. But this video came out this morning. So in like what, 12 hours, he has amassed a grand total of 6 suckers. Isn't it said, oh, he rebranded again? Well, like I said, because he was talking about how his Telos plans, where he had been stealing people's money and not making movies of it, that he was just literally just about to make the movies when H-Bomb did his video on him. And that's why he had been running away with the money for months and months and months and months and months with nothing to show for it. Because he was super serial. He was totally just about to start making the movie, but then H-Bomb happened and he couldn't because he, his reputation was in the toilet. But he just said Telos meant and means a lot to him. So he's right now about to pivot. That's what this video is about. That's why he had the Patreon in his fucking description. Because he thinks you're all still a bunch of rubes who are going to believe that he's actually going to fucking make a movie. After all this time, after everything, after like the proven lies, the proven plagiarism, the proven grift. Just give him a little more money, guys. Just sub to his Patreon. He's turning a new leaf. He's gonna make movies for real this time. Oh my god. That's why this video is 43 minutes. This is a very extended Patreon trailer.
The world to me. For Nick, it was a very exciting project, but not his passion. Nick wanted to write novels. He still does. Nick looked at this as a good creative outlet that was way more fulfilling than writing video essays. I should have stayed where I was and not gone to Ontario. The move uprooted everything that was solid about Telos, and it took a whole year to get it back onto even anything close to stable footing. But I am working with a producer now.
Yep, there it is. There it fucking is. Yeah. Oh yeah, and throwing Nick under the bus as well. Yeah. Nick wasn't passionate about. Yeah. No. Yeah, if only Nick had cared a little bit more about James Somerton, then maybe he wouldn't have stolen all of that money and not had anything to show for it.
You can expect an actual product from Telos this year. It will likely be a short film to start off.
This year. Okay. Smart of him to release this in February, so he's still got, 10 months ahead of him. But if I were a betting man, I know which way I'd bet.
But there is going to be something coming out of Telos this year. I know I've lost your trust.
Yep.
But I will make nothing financially from this project.
I don't believe you.
That is there will go wholly to paying queer artists to work on a queer film.
Then show receipts. Like, literally nothing that you say can be believed. You will have to show receipts every step of the way. You will have to have detailed financial transaction history that can be independently verified. Because I don't trust you.
I am not, nor have I.
Also, like, again, he launched this. How many subscribers does he have? 240k subscribers. Now, that's actually, let me look up Social Blade. I want to find out how much he had before. Hang on. Okay, so he lost most of them. This is his Social Blade. At his height, he had 337 200k subscribers, but now he's down to 240k. Some reason I thought it was more than that, but that's still like, it's not a small channel. 240k, that's a decently sized channel. And he's got 6 paid members. The view count dip. Oh yeah. Well, of course, nothing. He had privated everything, right? He's got very few. Oh yeah, 0 video views at all. Like, nothing. Nobody's watching him in anymore. Jesus. All right, but yeah, none of this money is going to queer artists to work on a queer film because you're not gonna get any money. You've got 6 patrons. And I would venture a guess that at least half of them, if not more, are literally just there to keep tabs on you. They've probably given the minimum amounts that they can to get access to all of your posts.
Ever intended to be one of the people paid by Telos. Neither was Nick. We made this very clear to everyone who asked. During our work on Telos is also when the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, as I said, as someone who grew up poor, I basically accepted all of them, except for a few that I didn't think lined up with the message of the channel or had some bad news surrounding them. There were a couple that had some anti-trans stuff going on in the news, and I just didn't want to associate with that. But by accepting as many sponsors as we did, which became very important when Nick and I started living apart and suddenly had 2 rents to pay, we ended up needing to produce even more videos, which, along with the work on Telos and making sure everything was okay with my dad while living thousands of kilometers away, meant I had even less time for writing.
Again, tying all of this in to be like, here's why I plagiarized, guys. I really wanted to make the movies that I didn't make. And I had a lot of sponsors that I needed to take to make videos on plagiarized content for. It's, again, like I said, the fact that he's bringing up Telos this much and talking about how what it meant and means to him, and that he's going to be still, like, that's what this is. This whole thing has been a build-up to him announcing his next grift. Oh my god, this is so much worse than I thought it was going to be. I assumed it was going to be bad, but I assumed it was going to be bad in the way where somebody has learned a lesson, but like still has some work to do. This is unrepentant. This is like, oh, this is scummy. This man is not sorry at all. This man wants to grift you again. Nobody's buying it this time because his reputation's been destroyed. But he's trying anyway.
More stress on Nick and leading to even more copy pasting from me. That's what led to us putting out, I think, 6 videos in 1 month at one point. It might have been 5, but in any case, it was way too damn many videos to go out in 1 month. We tried to take the summer off from YouTube in 2023 to work on Telos exclusively, but even that went up in smoke because my housing situation just, I won't go into it here.
Oh, why not? Why not? No, you've gone into every other sob story. Why stop here? like we got the time. You've got another like 15 minutes in your video. Why stop here?
About it ad nauseum on streams and stuff. If you followed me on social media, you know the clusterfuck I ended up in that led to me moving twice in 2 months. In the last couple of months.
Oh, that was a cut there. You see that?
That led to me moving twice in 2 months.
That was a weird jump cut. I don't know if that's just bad editing or if he pulled something from this, because I haven't really noticed any other cuts. I wonder what happened there.
Last couple of months, I've received a lot of emails, as you can imagine, many from people who were rightfully let down. Some from people threatening everything from doxing to violence because of the internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay. They wanted to know why, as they put it, I nuked my social media presence. To be frank, it's because I didn't want to exist anymore.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So at the start of this video, at the very start, it says content warning, discussion of self-harm from 2808 to 3004. And he put that at the very, very, very start. The very, very, very start of the video, instead of right here, right before it happens. That's what the cut was, because he's coming in to do this stuff. But like, half an hour has gone by in the video. For me, 2 hours have gone by. So like, that was in my rearview mirror long past. So when he's bringing it up now, like, he should have had this disclaimer here. But he put it back there so that he can not just gain more sympathy early on, but also make it sound more salacious. Like this right here, it's like it's like if anybody watched the Watchmen TV show, the 2019 one on HBO, there is like this this program is not suitable for all audiences, and it's like this super spooky thing that makes it sound really hardcore, and it, like for the show within the show, and like I've seen other people use it as a meme and stuff like that, where it's just like, oh, this is so salacious, you want to keep watching. And so for him to throw that there at the beginning but not remind you again before he gets to this point, it's not a content warning at that point. It's a tease. Generally speaking, when people are talking about sensitive subjects like self-harm, if the entire video isn't about that, they warn you, okay, here is the section where I'm going to be talking about that stuff, if they care to warn you. Because that's when you do it. Because if somebody wants to skip it, they can go and skip around that part. But he doesn't have chapters to this video, so that you can't like look down there and skip it around. He doesn't warn you here before he gets to it. He warned you way back here, and by the time you're getting to it, you're probably not like paying attention to the time code, you're just watching the video. So, yeah, he did it in the worst possible way he could. This is a bad way. Yeah, it's scummy.
If you watched my honestly horrendous apology video back in December.
I didn't, but I saw a little bit of it, and yes, I agree, what I saw was horrendous.
You know I tried to make that happen. The not existing thing. But it was more intense than taking too many pills. It's not that I didn't want to.
Okay. What are you going to do here? How far in detail are you going to get here? And, like, honestly, why should we care? Because, again, this is all just for sympathy. This is all just deflecting from the harm that you have caused by saying that you, too, were so hurt by it. Like, I'm sorry, but suicidality is a very important thing. It is something that needs to be taken seriously, but it's also something that can be used in abusive situations. People can weaponize their suicidality to elicit desired responses from others. We saw that with, like, The Jonathan Majors abuse trial released texts from that where he was berating his then girlfriend and threatening to commit suicide because of her behavior. Like, that is manipulative, abusive rhetoric. And for this, like, I have no connection to James Somerton. I don't care about James Somerton. All I know about James Somerton is that he plagiarized. And in this video called A Measured Response about the plagiarism, in which he owns up to the plagiarism while he's trying to sell you on his new venture, hopefully that you're a big enough sucker that you'll fall for it, he's now also bringing up the suicide attempt. And the only reason for that I can tell is, again, to elicit sympathy, to make you feel bad for him, that things got so bad that he almost killed himself. And I'm sympathetic to suicidal ideation. I have been there. But it's not something you bring up while talking about your wrongdoing. Because that's just deflection.
Be alive anymore. It's that I wished I'd never existed at all. That everyone I'd ever known would be better off had I just never been there. Very George Bailey, which is fitting.
That's actually weird, because I literally brought up It's a Wonderful Knife, which is a parody title from It's a Wonderful Life. Completely unrelated. I'm not a pre-watcher. That is interesting that tied in.
Given that it was Christmas time. It's only thanks to some very, very dedicated doctors and nurses and one very good friend that I'm even here able to film this right now. I'm not going to name her because I don't want to expose anyone else to the small but seriously unstable group of people who watched the plagiarism in YouTube video and thought, well, he should be dead. Like I said, it was a very...
Okay, then why are you drawing attention to it at all? You've said her, which is already an identifying characteristic of this person. By saying you don't want to mention her, is she presumably another content creator? Is it somebody that somebody could, like, tie into? Like, by saying I don't want to bring attention to her because of all these people who want me dead, you're already giving them a piece of information to work on. So you want to use her, but you want to act like you're protecting her. You could have said them. When you're talking about somebody who you want to conceal the identity of, you use them. Especially when you're doing it because you're specifically trying to protect their identity.
Small group, but when they find out your address, and some of them are actually in your city.
Okay, whoa. This is the second time he's done this in this video. Because he said that with his Jesse Gender fight, that somebody had sent him a death threat, and then he found out they live very close to me, so I made a police report about it. And again, he's doing it. Where he's saying he wants you to think that holding him accountable for his actions might kill him. He's not saying it that way, because deliberately saying it that way sounds fucked up and abusive. But that's what he's saying here. That's what he's implying. And he says, he's like, oh, it's a small group, because he wants the he doesn't want it to sound like anybody who holds him accountable is therefore the one killing him. But he does want you to be aware that when somebody like H Bomber Guy makes a video exposing you for who you are, well, that could kill you. That's where he's going with this.
It can be terrifying. And they did find my address. And at least a couple of them showed up while I was at the hospital. My neighbors did report them to the police.
Oh, okay. So when he said they showed up while I was at the hospital, I thought they showed up at the hospital. No, they showed up at his house while he was at the hospital. Saying his neighbors reported them to the police. Oh, do you have a police report on that you can bring up? They reported him to the police, then there should be a paper trail tying that. You can redact details so that we don't have like identifying information, like, you know, redacting addresses and stuff like that. But if that happened, if you had a couple people showing up at your house and your neighbors filed a police report about it, then you should be able to pull that up. Yeah, Bakuni says, where was his concern when other creators received that treatment by his fans when he was called out for plagiarism? Well, okay, so in this video, he did say, like, previously with the Jesse Gender thing, he said it was, like, one person, and he tried to, like, not imply that it wasn't, like, a fan of Jesse Gender. It was just a deranged individual. And he said here it was a very small group of people. He is trying to minimize. He is not trying to go and say H-Bomber Guy's community explicitly is doing this. He's instead doing something even more insidious, which is just implying that due to the nature of the internet, any attempt at accountability puts your life at risk.
And I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can, but there's a reason I left.
Well, that's convenient. That's actually very convenient that you bring up a bunch of details and bring up stuff that you should be able to bring up receipts for, but legally, I can't go into any more details than that. There's legal issues. That's very convenient, is all I'm going to say about that one. Yeah, Bakuni says, no, I mean, he would tell his fans that anyone accusing him of plagiarism was homophobic and his fans harassed them on Twitter and etc. That's what you mean? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Right. Yeah, no, so he was weaponizing his community to harass other people. Gotcha.
Left Ontario within a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel.
Yep.
These ones don't come from plagiarized content, and for the most part are written entirely by Nick. Nick lost 3 years worth of work when everything on the channel was taken down. And that's simply not fair to Nick.
Yeah, and whose fault is that? There's one person whose fault that is.
He worked hard writing those videos and deserves to have something to point to when he's looking for new writing work. I've also done some heavy editing.
I'm going to be real. I think Nick's reputation is probably forever tainted by this. You know, even if Nick was completely unaware of the plagiarism, the fact that it went on this long, even if I'm willing to give Nick the full benefit of the doubt, that is a stain on your reputation that I don't know that you can overcome. Because, yeah, when for 3 years, all of his writing has been for a plagiarist, people are going to ask questions. And, I don't know, maybe your manuscript doesn't make it out of the slush pile because somebody's like, hey, didn't that guy work with the plagiarist? The YouTuber who was just, you know, plagiarizing every single video, and that guy was the head writer on that channel. Yeah, we're not pulling this one out of the pile. You know, stuff like that. I think Nick's career as a writer is probably over as well. And even if he has no blame in this one, yeah, that sucks. And that's James's fault.
On other videos that did contain other people's writing, breaking it down to only original content, again, so that Nick has an actual portfolio of work.
Wait, whoa. That's why you put those videos up. Because you want people, when they're looking for work that Nick has done, to be able to point to your channel. So when Nick goes around and tries to show examples of his work, people are going to Google James Somerton. That's why you put those videos back up. No. Nick can never bring you up again. That section of his life is just like, oh yeah, sorry, some marinara fell on that part of the resume. I can't recover it. Like, that's how you treat that. Or you say, I had a 3-year mental break and I was in institution, so I wasn't writing for that period or something like that. Like anything. He does not want your name anywhere fucking near his reputation. There is no benefit that he can get from these videos that you claim have no plagiarism in them that were written by him. There's no way that we can trust that that's true. And if that's the reason that you're giving for why you put it, come on.
Mentioned at the beginning of the video, revenue from these will be going to the H Bomber Guy team to be sent out to the writers I plagiarized from or donated to charity. However it works.
Oh, wait. Okay. So, it's work that you claim was all original, that Nick was the writer on. You're donating that to the people you plagiarized from, or to charity, but not to Nick, whose career you ruined. No. For Nick, it's just up there so that people can look and see, oh, Nick, let me Google him. James Somerton. Oh, he wrote for this channel? Okay. Oh, there's a couple of videos on here. What's this one called? A Measured Response. Wait. James Somerton. Why is H Bomber Guy showing up in the search suggestions for this? Oh my god. No, we're not hiring this guy. Like, literally no benefit comes to him from you doing this.
Out in the end. These edited videos will be going back up on the channel in the next few days, I think, along with 2 completed video essays that we didn't actually get to release before everything happened. There's also some recent videos that didn't have any plagiarism that the sponsor asked to be taken down and their ads removed. So they'll also be going back up without the sponsors, obviously. And soon I will be releasing a new video.
Okay.
Written entirely by me.
I don't believe you.
Properly cited, with all sources credited. Maybe no one will watch it.
I won't. This is probably the last James Somerton thing I'm ever going to watch.
But I hope you do. I want...
Yeah, again, like I said, this whole thing has just been, I'm sorry, now give me more money and watch my content. It's an entirely self-serving apology.
To prove that I have the ability to do this without abusing other people's work.
Now that I realize that this is mostly just, we're bumping up to 1.5 speed, sorry.
It's a very different kind of video than I used to make, though. I'd say it's more of a documentary than a video essay. You won't find my opinions anywhere in there, just cited facts. I'd like to keep making videos like these new ones about people and events in gay history.
Yeah, I would like you not to do that. I would like other people to do that. You have proven that you can't be trusted to do that. So don't keep doing it. Honestly, you do a disservice by doing it because nobody will trust anything that you say. People are going to work from the assumption that you're either lying or you have stolen that information. Regardless of how many citations you put up, your reputation is trashed. Nobody's going to believe you.
And definitive gay movies that you maybe never heard of. Stuff like that.
It's actually something that I planned on doing this year anyway. There would be 2 videos a month. Nick would write a video essay, and I would write one of these documentary style videos that would fulfill the 2 videos per month sponsorship deal that we had at the time. I have no sponsors now, so probably not going to be 2 videos a month. It'll probably just be the one, which will give more time for research and citation.
Blah, 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 blah. Get it on.
There's no misinformation in the videos.
Dude, like, why are you trying this? Find another job. You've got expensive equipment. Go learn how to operate the camera or rent out that equipment to other people. Right? Like, you wanted to get into filmmaking. You know how the slow-mo guys have a really expensive slow-mo camera? They don't just use it for their channel. Like, the phantom camera that the slow-mo guys use, it costs as much as some houses. So they rent it out and operate it for like commercials and stuff as well. Like, they don't just do fun sciencey slow motion videos. They use their expensive equipment, rent it out to other people, and operate it. You've got a $10,000 camera. Maybe you could rent that out to people. Maybe that's how you can make some money. Nobody's going to accuse your camera of plagiarizing. Video people's weddings. Yeah, exactly. Be a shitty videographer.
Which I know that misinformation made its way into our past videos. That was not something that we intended. In some cases, it was information that I was told by people that I considered experts. In other cases, it was information that we had researched. In other cases, it was things that Nick had learned in university. The point being, it was never malicious.
Okay, throwing Nick under the bus yet again.
We weren't trying to lie about things, despite what a lot of people think. We were not trying to spread misinformation. That was not ever our intention.
I mean, I just don't believe you. I can't believe you. Because this whole video has been self-serving. Because you've been lying to us for years. That even if that's motivated by like self-delusion where you've convinced yourself that you're not lying, there's still a part of your mind that knows that you're lying to people.
That's something else that I want to apologize for. As for my Patreon, everyone can stop worrying about me relaunching it right in time for a billing cycle. That will not be happening. I don't want anyone who either doesn't know about the plagiarism or simply forgot to unsubscribe to get billed. So I'm going to start from 0.
There it is. Yep. Here comes him launching his new Patreon. Let's go.
I have put together a new Patreon account. So if you want to support my documentaries about gay history, fantastic. Honestly, your faith in me after everything means the world to me. If not, I completely understand. Like I said, I've lost your trust. I'm going to work my ass off to earn it back, though. And I know for some of you,
it's going to be fruitless. Like I said, like 12 hours, you got 6 paying patrons. Right now, James Somerton, who has 240 times my subscribers, has about the same number of patrons that I do.
I'll never be able to do that, but I'm going to try anyway.
Oh yeah, by the way, patreon.com/gayfesh if you like my content and you want to support me. If James is going to shill his content while he's being a piece of shit, I can shill mine while, you know, depriving James Somerton of the ad revenue from you watching this.
There's a link in the description to the Patreon if you want to join it, where you'll be able to see the 2 yet to be released videos right now, as well as, you know, take part in other stuff that will be on there, like a book club, podcasts, voting on upcoming videos, all the usual Patreon stuff. But this video is not about promoting myself. This video is about me.
That's not true. That's just a lie. If this video wasn't about promoting yourself, then you wouldn't have spent all that time building up to promoting yourself. That you wouldn't have spent all that time explaining why you stole $60,000. That you spent all that time explaining why you plagiarized. You would have just said, hey, I plagiarized. I stole money from people and didn't deliver on what my backers were expecting. I was wrong. I have reached out to the aggrieved parties as much as I can, but I also owe an apology to the public because the public was lied to by me. And that's the whole video. Put that out, 5 minutes tops. Not this self-serving bullshit, a measured response. Fuck you. Kiss my ass.
Apologizing. And I am incredibly sorry. It was never my intention for anyone.
Hey, thank you $5 from Snitch Yeet.
To feel hurt or left out or excluded. It was never my intention to spread misinformation. And I'm really, really sorry that that happened. And, you know, as much as I've tried to explain myself in this video, you know, the memory issues, the ADHD, the personal things that were going on in my life with my mom getting sick and then dying and trying to make sure that my dad was okay following that and everything. Those aren't excuses. There is no excuse for what I did. There are lots.
Then why did you include them? There's no reason for us to know or care about this. Other than for you to try and minimize. When people throw in explanations for why they did the bad thing, they can say it's not to minimize, they can say it's just to provide context. But at the end of the day, what it does is create the narrative that I'm not as culpable as I should be because there were extenuating circumstances, which means you shouldn't be as mad at me as you are, which means really you should forgive me. I'm not your friend. I don't give a fuck about you. But you harmed a lot of people, and they don't give a fuck either that it was hard for you to harm them. You just harmed them. And so, yeah, no, this whole sob story bit, like, he's lying when he says he's not doing this as an excuse, because that's what you say. It's like, no, it's not an excuse, but my mom died, and I moved across the country for a friend who kept moving, and I spent all this money on stuff that just never was able to materialize because this, that, and the other thing. I have mental issues, and that's why, and this, that, and the other. Like, of course they're excuses, because that's why you're bringing them up. This is so bad.
To people who make videos on YouTube, there are lots of people who make podcasts, TV shows, movies, documentaries, who have shit going on in their lives that's very stressful.
Yep.
And they don't plagiarize people's work. There
Yep.
is no excuse for what I did. For everything that happened, whether it be...
That's like, yeah. No, we all have hard lives. Like, it's 2024. Nobody is, like, you know, enjoying life right now. But, yeah, all of these other people have to deal with this shit, too. And they don't plagiarize. And, like, I don't know. I could talk about the shit that's going on in my life. I don't want to. Because, honestly, I don't really want to encourage that kind of parasocial attachment with my audience about it. And I also don't have anything to apologize for. If I had something to apologize for, would I bring all that shit up? No. Because it's not relevant. Because we're all going through shit. Everyone's going through shit. The world is a shitty place. It's just mountain after mountain after mountain of shit. And we're all dealing with it. And most of us don't fucking plagiarize. So, yeah, I don't give a fuck about you, dude. I don't care why you did the things that you did. You did the things that you did. And I don't need the context for it. I just need you to say you're sorry. That's all that was needed here.
With my mom or the memory issues, there was something I could have done to mitigate that. There's nothing I could have done about my mom getting cancer. But knowing my patrons, as I did, in hindsight, I'm pretty damn sure that if I had said, guys, I need to step away for a couple of months to deal with this, I don't think a whole lot of people would have fled the Patreon. A part of me thought they would at the time because I catastrophize, but I really don't think that would have happened. Even in the very beginning, when I was like, oh, I got to get as many videos out as possible. If I had said to those people who subscribed to the channel early on, you know, for the next video, I want to make sure that it's fully correct and I want to make
this is why I'm glad that my Patreon has very few actual like required milestones. Really, for my Patreon, it's mostly just you get your name read out at the end of every video, which is pretty easy to do. I pretty much only have to re-record that when my Patreon situation changes, when I get like a new subscriber or something. But really the only actual like guaranteed like here's what you have to fulfill, it's for like the top tier of my Patreon, and it's once a quarter you can force me to review something. So, and I've only had to do that twice right now. So like, yeah, I don't have a lot of stuff writing on my Patreon. My Patreon is just there so that you can say you're showing me your support, and as a show of thanks for that support, you show up in every video at the end. But beyond that, like, I'm not saying I will be doing 2 videos a month because of your support. Like, yeah, even now, like, I try to make sure that I get out a video every day, but that's actually pretty stressful to do. I'm constantly going, oh, do I have enough segments for this stream that I can get edited out in time to make sure that I don't have any gaps in my daily uploads? And I think I've missed like 1 or 2, but for the most part, I've been pretty consistent about getting my daily uploads up there. But it's stressful. And that's just like a self-imposed thing. But like, if I had to have like a Patreon where I'm like, I will put out like 2 video essays a month, because most of what I'm doing, they're all just stream segments, right? So, you know, it's all out here. I'm just off the cuff. I'm just, you know, spitballing. I might have notes on some of the stuff, but for the most part, you know, the stream content, it's a lot easier to produce than like a video essay or something like that. But if I were a video essayist, I definitely wouldn't be saying I will be putting out X number of content per month. I would say, you're supporting me while I work on good content. And it'll come out when it's ready.
Sure that, you know, it's as high quality as it can possibly be. I don't think anyone would have, you know, unsubscribed or not watched.
Oh, Paco says the editing bit in particular seems hard to you to get a video out a day. Yeah, honestly, if I were to just start and stop the segments, like just say, okay, here is where I start the segment, and I'm just gonna put it all without any cuts for anything like that, editing these segments would take no time at all. But unfortunately, I have a stutter, and I hate my stutter, and I like to cut it from my segments, and I also like to cut out long periods of silence, and so I have to go through every video and clean all that up, and that takes a lot longer. Honestly, I would probably be streaming more than twice a week if I had an editor, but I don't have the money coming in from my channel to be able to afford an editor. And I would like to do something where it's like, hey, you be the channel editor and you can take like half of the YouTube revenue. But again, I'm making like $20 a month in ad revenue. It's really not that much. So, you know what? I promise an editor $10 a month to do a daily video. Yeah, I don't think so. So like, it's hard. YouTube is a grind. There's a lot of work that goes into it, even if you're putting out just stream segments every day. But like, even that's just a personal commitment to me to try and get a video out every day because of the algorithm. That's not a promise. If I miss a day of uploads, I haven't violated a contract with anyone. I've just hurt myself in the algorithm. Anera says, any video essayist who does daily uploads is sus. Yes, as the Illuminati and as James Somerton has shown, if you are a video essayist and you're putting out very regular content, that is sus. That's why the big essayists are now doing maybe 1 or 2 a year, like H-Bomb, like ContraPoints. Philosophy Tube is actually putting out more consistent content. Feels like she puts out, what, like 4 a year? But yeah, like, it's not like back in the old days when they were putting out more regular content, because a lot of that too was just like responses to other people's videos, and now it's just more like the production schedules have gotten bigger, the videos have gotten longer, a lot more research has to go into it and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a grind, and I definitely have respect for the ones who put out less content, but more quality content, you know? Of course, here's me putting out a daily video, but I'm mostly commenting on current stuff anyway. I'm not doing any video essays. I'm a streamer.
The next video because it didn't come out a couple of weeks after the algorithm decided that I was important for some reason. I convinced myself of these things, but I don't think, in hindsight looking at it, I don't think any of that would have happened. And so there is no excuse for the misinformation, and there is certainly no excuse for the plagiarism. I fucked up. Bad. I stole people's words and thoughts and opinions that they worked incredibly hard writing and publishing and finding someone to publish their thoughts and opinions and research, hard research that they had done. And, you know,
Okay, right here. This is what the video should have been. Like, right from the point where he said, I fucked up, cut all of that, start there. So far, from I fucked up, once we hear all of that, where he is acknowledging the harm that he did, what he did, and why it was harmful, that's good. Let's hear more of this, and less of the rest of it.
some cases I put their names in the opening credits, which I thought was fine. But like I said, I've spoken to some of these people now, and I understand.
The I thought was fine. Leave that out. As soon as I paused because it was good, and then he immediately goes and tries to minimize again.
And why that was not okay. Because putting someone's name in the opening credits, you know, okay, here's a list of people. Here's, 7 or 8 people who are, even if it was, everyone, even if it wasn't, taking giant chunks of their work.
Yeah, he's minimizing it again. Again, he's minimizing. Even if it wasn't that much. Like, stop. You had it for a second there, man. You had the sliver of an actual fucking apology in there. It took you 38 minutes to get there, and then you immediately go back to your tactics. You immediately go back to the minimizing. You immediately go back to the excuse making.
A sentence here or there. Putting their name in the opening credits doesn't tell anyone where their work is in the video. Nobody can say, oh, I really liked that opinion, or wow, that's a really, smart observation. I want to read more from this person. And then, to find something you found interesting, you have to go play detective. And so, yes, just putting their name in the opening credits was wrong. I thought it was cool and, cinematic, but it was wrong. Citations should have been done properly. There should never have been just chunks of text being put into videos. There were times, like with the Queer History of Hollywood videos that I released this past spring. They were based directly on The Celluloid Closet by Vito Russo, the book, not the documentary. I expanded on it quite a bit, but it was based directly on Vito's work, and I credited him in the opening credits. And I thought it was okay to just do that because the book was out of print and Vito had passed away.
He thought it was okay to do it because he was dead. I was wondering, once he got to this point where he was like, okay, I'm actually doing apologies now, if he was going to say, I'm sorry, especially that I stole the work of dead gay men. And as soon as he brings it up, he says, I thought it was okay because he was dead. I was wondering if he would ever get to that point, because that to me was the most egregious part. If you've seen my react to the H-bomb video, that's where I stopped having fun. Was when I got to that point. I was having a wild ride. Like, I knew he had done harm, but I was just enjoying H-bomb tearing him apart for it, right? But it was this moment and that video where I was just like I couldn't enjoy the takedown because I was so fucking mad at what he had done. And it's taken him 39 minutes to get to the part where he says he thought it was actually okay because he was dead. This is what I've been waiting for. And that's how he brings it in.
Fortunately, from HIV complications due to HIV and AIDS. And I looked at it more as extending his legacy, making sure that people knew about the work that he did. But I don't think I ever mentioned his name in those videos. He was, like I said, his name's in the opening credits. But I don't think I ever verbally mentioned his name. Someone who I have so much respect for, who's kind of an idol.
No, you don't have respect for him. You say that now. But you don't steal work from people that you have respect for. That's not what respect is. You take work from people you don't respect.
Of mine, and I never mentioned his name. It wasn't because I didn't respect him or anything like that. And it also wasn't because I wanted people to think that this was all me. Again, if that was the case, I wouldn't have put his name in the credits. I never wanted people to think that this was all me. So that's...
I don't believe you. I don't believe that at all. I'm sorry. No, I don't believe that. So that's it. That's his addressing the fact that he stole the work of dead gay men. Is he thought it was okay until it was pointed out that it wasn't. It's not no acknowledgement of how fucked up it is that he was erasing people who had been erased by Reagan's genocide. That he was further contributing to that or anything like that. No. It's, I thought I was doing a good thing. Man, fuck this guy. This guy is a piece of shit. Fuck this guy.
Actually one of the videos I want to make. I want to make a documentary style video talking about Vito Russo and his life and everything.
Do not. Don't. You are the last person who should be making that. Do not do that. Stop, James. Seriously, stop. Like, up to this point, I've been saying, like, yeah, you fucked up. You hurt a lot of people. Nobody's going to ever trust your content again. So you shouldn't make it because, like, it's going to be worthless because your word can't be trusted. But for this man particularly, don't fucking make content about him. You fucking thief. You fucking grave robber. Fuck off.
He accomplished because he didn't just write The Celluloid Closet. He did a lot more than that. He's someone that people should know about. Obviously.
And I hope somebody makes a documentary on him. And I hope you aren't in it at all.
People can research him. There's books about him. But I know, it's easier to sit down and watch a 20 or 30-minute YouTube video than it is to read a book. I'd like to make a video about Vito Russo, properly cited and not just, copy-pasted from a book. I want to do the work. I want to prove, not just to you, but to myself, that I can do the work. And that's why I've started making these documentaries, working on these. I can't...
This is like... Okay, so there is a common discussion on the left that we're supposed to be about rehabilitative justice and not retributive justice. And yeah, I agree. Rehabilitation is good. But rehabilitation doesn't always mean the person who did the wrong gets to be fully restored to the positions that they were in by doing the harm. Like, when Andrew Callahan was outed as being a serial rapist, he went away for a while, but then he brought back Channel 5. And people were like, oh, well, he apologized. So, shouldn't we believe in rehabilitation? But no, because he was using his position through Channel 5 to paint himself as some big leftist paragon to get into women's pants. Often through immense pressure. And so when he came back, no, he doesn't actually get to come back because he's proven that he can't be trusted with that position of power ever again. I don't want him to be homeless. Andrew Callahan can go work somewhere else, but he can't come back to just start making the videos that he was making before. And so James Somerton, I don't want you to be homeless. I want you to live a happy and comfortable life. But you can't make these videos. Your trust has been completely destroyed, and you can't be allowed to use the position that you built from that harm to try and prove that you can do it without that harm. That's over. You don't get to do that. Find another line of work.
I can't really put into words how sorry I am.
Well, you have 41 minutes into the video and you can't really put into words how sorry you are. I think I agree with you, because you've been putting into words how sorry you aren't. Also, Marina, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Sorry, I was on a rant earlier and I didn't want to interrupt it but thank you so much.
I tried writing like a blog entry to say that I was sorry for about 2 months now. And I can't get across how sorry I am. And I know actions.
Yeah, you really can't get across how sorry you are. I agree with you.
Speak way louder than words. And I hope with my actions that I can show you that I am sorry. I'm sorry to everyone I plagiarized. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt. I'm sorry to people who feel lied to. I'm sorry to people who feel like I abused the queer community. It was never my intention. Again, I'm sorry to...
Intentions don't erase the harm that you did. You can say it wasn't your intention. I don't have any reason to believe you that it wasn't your intention. But intention is not magic. And so it shouldn't be even entered into the equation when you were talking about your apology. Thank you, $5 from Angry Bees. Let's go. We've got 40 seconds left in this video. How further angry can I get?
Jesse. There were actually several other YouTubers who were very nice to me. But I feel like with everything that went down, Jesse is the one that I should apologize to the most. I'm sorry for the people who felt scammed, who thought that Telos was a grift. It was not. It is not. I am very sorry. And I hope, given time and my actions proving it, that you can believe me.
Like a Vosh's thing comes right up here. Okay. James Somerton. That was 43 minutes of the most pity party self-serving bullshit. At no point in any of that did you deliver what can be read as an actual genuine apology. You got close for like 5 seconds there, but then you immediately throw in explanations and links to your Patreon, and talking about how you were so totally super serial gonna make those movies if it weren't for that damn H-bomber guy interrupting you while you weren't making those movies. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. All right. Okay. That, I was not expecting to get as angry as I got in that one. I don't know why I expected any different. I should have remembered how angry I got last time. Honestly, maybe it just had fallen to the back of my mind how angry I was that he was using dead gay men. But, man. And I already said the video should have been 5 minutes long. He doesn't know how to apologize. Yeah. And, like, this is something that I've criticized content creators for in the past. That if you're going to make an apology, if you want to make it look sincere, you acknowledge the harm that you have done. You acknowledge the people who were hurt. You say you regret your actions. You say that you are sorry. And you leave it at that. And then later, much later, after the dust has settled, you can, you know, to like a smaller audience maybe, explain some of the extenuating circumstances that led to that, but that's not what you include in your apology. Like, everyone has extenuating circumstances. And, you know, I'm not saying you should bite your tongue forever on all of it, but since James took down his first apology video, this one that he put up, that's the only official record on his channel that we have of it. So it needed to be the apology. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get into movie reviews, but first, that took 3 fucking hours, 2.5, 3 hours to do. So I need to go pee. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I got movie reviews and then Jedi Fallen Order right after that. So see you soon. Like, we lost a couple viewers there. It's to be expected. That's fine. How are you all doing? You like how your thing went from soup to bees? Well, it's been a while since I have played the soup game, so, you know. There aren't bees in Jedi Fallen Order, but there are the fireflies that are explodey, so, you know, that's kind of a stingy thing. Quinn says, you know, for a wannabe director, he really is bad at controlling a narrative. Yeah. What is, you said Dormia says, just got some very cheap, very high quality milsurp. What's milsurp? I have no idea what that is. Dragonite Dragonborn says, I'm wanting my monthly check come in so you can do your main bills, then RX 6800 XT and power supply order. Nice. Oh, military surplus. Okay, now I know what milsurp is. Okay. We had just been, like, Side Ethel had just said soup, and I saw milsurp, and I was like, is that some weird kind of soup that I've never heard of before? Okay, now it makes sense. All right. Okay. Let's get some movie reviews in, shall we? Lisa Frankenstein is Zelda Williams' pastel gothic directorial debut. if Zelda Williams doesn't sound familiar to you, or if it does, this is Robin Williams' daughter. And actually think I found out that it was her directing it like a day before I went to go see it, which is pretty cool. And this film, it's kind of like a throwback to, say, like the Beetlejuice era, you know, like I said, pastel gothic, you know, it's set in the 80s. The main character just dresses like an 80s girl, lots of, you know, vibrant colors and stuff like that. But it's also, you know, a story about a girl and her zombie boyfriend. And I was kind of, I thought there would be more of a moral to the story for this one. And maybe there is kind of just in themes, but it's like one of those films where the main character is actually not a good person, but like it doesn't, the narrative doesn't explicitly castigate them for not being a good person, like how a lot of people watch Breaking Bad and don't, you know, realize that Walt is actually a bad person because he's the protagonist, kind of a thing like that. But like the film is a whole bunch of awful people being awful, but it's also like it works on kind of like loose fairy tale logic, so you don't really mind. It's kind of like it's a revenge fantasy film, but like it's clear by the end that, you know, the revenge that she's seeking gets more and more petty. And so yeah, I maybe there's some commentary there in it, but overall it's a really fun film. Catherine Newton, who plays Lisa, the main character, she's incredibly charming in this one. I know people have hated her because she played Cassie Lang in Quantumania. And like I can understand the hate for that because the child actress for Cassie Lang in the previous Ant-Man movies was so good. And a lot of people were disappointed in her in that one. But like Quantumania had so many bad things going for it that I honestly really don't remember her performance that much, but it really didn't bother me. I think she's got something here. I think she needs the right role for it, but like I found her incredibly charming here, and I think this like 80s Winona Ryder gothic aesthetic, it suits her really well. So I know she's gonna be in a vampire slasher movie coming out later, so maybe this can be her niche, is just being very charming in comedy horror movies. So I would recommend seeing this one. It was a lot of fun. Cole Sprouse plays the zombie boyfriend, and it's just a good cast of characters, a lot of great performances. Some funny stock characters, like the dad character is like the stereotypical do nothing dad who like is just, you know, just there to watch TV and not pay close attention to anything going on and just being a nice guy and being non-confrontational. But like the actor who played him played it so stereotypical. It was like I was impressed. Like you could have done that nothing character and completely ignore it, but he really played up the uselessness of the father character, and I thought that was cute. Anyway, I liked this movie. I would highly recommend it. Bob Marley One Love is a movie that I have been seeing trailers for a year. I think this movie got delayed. I think it was originally supposed to come out last year, but, you know, it got pushed to February. And because of that, basically every single movie that I have gone to see in the last year has had this trailer attached to it. So I am so glad that I have seen it now, and I never have to see the trailer for it again, because it's a god-awful trailer. And unfortunately, this movie is also kind of bad. There's a line in the trailer. It's the last line in the trailer, and it's Bob Marley going in a really bad Jamaican accent because they didn't get a Jamaican actor to play him. He goes, "One love, one heart, one destiny." And it's the worst line read ever. And they ended the trailer on that, and they didn't even put it in the movie. If your line is so bad that it doesn't make it into the movie, and it doesn't have any like merit on its own, why throw it in the trailer? At least like when Thanos says fun isn't something one considers when balancing the universe, but this does put a smile on my face. Like, that's a good line. It didn't make it into the movie, but it's a good line, so I understand why that's in the trailer. But this, yeah, no, it wasn't good enough to include in the film. Why try to sell it on that line? And it's anyway. Talking about the film itself, do you want to know about the strife in Jamaica? What the political the opposing political organizations are fighting about? Why Bob Marley got targeted for assassination during the strife in Jamaica after they got independence from the crown? Well, screw you. Here's Bob in England with a dogshit accent. His tour in Africa, not shown. His big return concert in Jamaica, film ends before it starts. The film literally opens with like 3 or 4 screens worth of text to fill in the background because they couldn't be asked to like show it. The movie just starts with him already being the established huge reggae sensation, Bob Marley. And we get little flashbacks here and there of how he built it up. But for the most part, the film just like gives you a Star Wars text info dump and then just throws you into it. And I can't speak to the authenticity of everyone's accents because I'm not Jamaican, but I have heard a lot of people complaining about the main guy not doing a very good Jamaican accent. But one problem is because most people are speaking Jamaican English, and I assume at least some of them pretty authentically, as somebody who does not regularly talk to people from the Caribbean, it's kind of hard to understand. And I found myself at certain points in the film really wanting subtitles. And I understand that's like a sensitive topic because they are speaking English, right? And there is an implication there because Jamaica is majority black that, oh, well, you can't understand them because they're black. But like, it is like the Jamaican accent and Jamaican dialect is significantly different enough from American English that I if there had been like a subtitle available screening like my theater sometimes has, I think I would have preferred to go just to that one. Just because it was difficult to understand some of the dialogue. If you're familiar with Jamaican English, though, you're probably going to be fine. You might really hate the accent of the main guy, but Valhalla Video says Jamaican patois isn't easy to understand. Yeah, exactly. See, you get it. You get it. That's what I'm saying. But like, the film has the same kind of problem that a lot of the a lot of biopics have, where like they try and tell the same story, like, but like this film is like, okay, well, it's the biopic about a famous musician, so we have to have the plot line about the long-suffering wife who, is neglected because of the star's rise to fame and whatnot. But they don't actually do anything in the film to set that up. They just have like his wife Rita at one point storms out of a party and confronts him about how she's the one, raising the kids and doing all this stuff. And like, she even brings up like infidelities. And this is the first time in the film that we have actually like even addressed that Bob Marley had any infidelities. Like, there was one scene early on when he's on the phone with her and there is a girl standing on the street in the background, but that's like the closest that you get to any inkling that he's cheating on her. But then she throws it in there. And like, I'm just like, out of nowhere, it just did not feel set up. Also, like, she mentions their kids, and like, he is kind of neglecting his kids, because like, after he gets shot at the beginning of the film by one of the political groups during the Jamaican Civil War, and he flees to England because of that. But like, his wife and kids, I think they moved to America. So like, he's just not even with them. And in fact, in a scene where he returns to Jamaica at the airport, like, everyone's there to greet him because, it's Bob Marley, he's a big superstar, especially for Jamaica. And like, he gets in his car and he sees a kid in the crowd and rolls down his window and grabs the kid and pulls him into the car. And because we haven't seen any of his children for like an hour in the movie, I was like, wait, is that his son? Or did he just kidnap somebody? If you're already a fan of Bob Marley, you'll probably get more out of this because you're invested. But the film does no legwork to show you why you should care about him and his story. Honestly, the two things that this movie does have going for it are the scenes of building the music itself. Like, there's some really fun musical recording session scenes, especially when he comes up with the song Exodus. And now, obviously, I have no idea how true it is or not. It's my understanding that Bob Marley's family was actually working very closely with the production, but I haven't looked too much into that. So it's a biopic. I always assume everything is embellished or whatnot. And especially scenes where they talk about how they wrote the song, like I always assume that that's entirely made up just for the film. But the other thing that it actually did was it goes pretty I don't know if I want to say deep into Rastafari, but it talks about it enough that it got me interested into looking into it further. Not as like I should convert to Rastafarianism. No, just because it was so central to Bob Marley's music, that they address it a lot, and I got curious and like looked it up on Wikipedia and stuff. So I would say those are the good takeaways from it. The music's good in the movie. I don't have any complaints about the music in the movie. That's great. But it's just, if you're going to make a biopic, you should have something to say about it. If you're making a biopic just to tell the life of a famous person, like they were already famous. Like, I don't know. That feels like a vanity project at that point. Out of Darkness is a prehistoric horror movie. It's set like 45,000 years ago. And because of that, they try to do like quote unquote authentic. Obviously, 45,000 years ago is prehistorical. We can really only infer what any one like group of humans was like actually doing at that time. But as part of that, they give these cavemen an artificial language. They construct a language for them, so it's not like cavemen speaking English. It tries to get you like, more immersed into like the authenticity of these cavemen and how they lived. And because of that, because it's in an artificial language, the subtitles are baked into the film. They're mandatory. And here's my first complaint. The subtitles are positioned way too low. They're probably some of the lowest positioned subtitles I've ever seen in a film. And when you position them that low, you have to look that far down to read them. And they're mandatory because nobody speaks this language because it's an artificial language. You're guaranteeing that people are going to be missing what's on screen. Because you have to look at, basically, it's like right up against the bottom border of the screen. I think that's a problem. This is entirely a technical complaint. They should have bumped it up a little bit so that your field of view is still mostly on what's on screen. But that technical complaint aside, I thought this was a really interesting film. It's a very high concept, simple premise. Cavemen traveling to a new land and are being hunted by some unseen creature, and dealing with all of their, paranoia and social strife between members of the group. It talks a lot about issues of like patriarchy and hierarchy and control and mistrust. It, like, you know, it touched on those a lot more than I wasn't expecting it to really have any kind of a message. I just thought we were going to see cavemen having to fight, you know, some monster, and that alone, honestly, that sounds like a fun time. But no, actually, I think it had interesting things to say. And the reveal of the creatures hunting them comes across a little goofy at first, and like that's kind of par for the course for horror movies. Whenever you see the creature that's been hiding in shadows, like once you see it in full, it's like, okay, well, the mystique is gone now. And that's why I usually prefer that they don't do full monster reveals. But in this case, I think it really works, and I don't want to get too much more into it because it is kind of a big big reveal. So I don't want to say what it is, but I will say that it in a lesser slasher film, this reveal would harm the film. Here, it really builds on it, and especially builds on the idea of the themes of mistrust and superstition and paranoia. And I would highly recommend seeing it. It's a really good film. May December is a film starring Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore. And it's been nominated for an Academy Award for Best Screenplay. Actually, hang on. I'm not sure which one it is. If it's Best Adapted or Best Original. I think it's Best Original. Sorry, I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, Best Original Screen. Okay, yeah. This has been nominated for Best Original Screenplay at the Academy Awards. And so I've been going through and watching every film that has been nominated at the Oscars. And as I said before, as I am reviewing these films for the Oscars, I have to keep in mind what it is that the Academy saw in it. I'm not just reviewing it for what I see in it. I'm reviewing it for why it is in this place. And May December is about an actress who goes to spend some time with essentially Mary Kay Letourneau. If you don't know who Mary Kay Letourneau was, she was a school teacher in the 90s who ended up in a long-term relationship with her student that I think lasted until she died, like decades later. And so obviously, like, some details have been changed. Like in this film, she wasn't a school teacher. She was like a pet store owner or something like that. And the kid was like working there at a summer or something. But the conceit of the movie is that Natalie Portman is an actress who is there because she is going to be playing Julianne Moore's character in a film. And so she wants to study her for more authenticity. And the film, I think, is a very interesting look at like the dysfunctionalities just around somebody who would do something like this, especially somebody who would do something like this to, again, a 13-year-old who is now 36 and they're still together. What kind of relationship that would look like, what kind of systems of abuse and control and stuff like that. But also, the film is kind of an indictment on the actress too. She's not a good person in this film. She starts off being presented fairly neutrally. She is like the viewpoint character. And obviously, we're primed not to like Julianne Moore's character because she's a pedophile. Obviously, we're not going to like her. But even so, just the manipulation is not just with Julianne Moore's character. And we find out just how amoral Natalie Portman's character gets as the movie progresses. And as everyone's lives kind of just start unraveling, because here comes this outsider who's coming in and asking everybody questions about what happens and dredging up old memories. And I think it weaves a really interesting narrative. The music in this film is overpowering, repetitive, and kind of awful. Like, I really hated the music in here. I think the intent for the music is to deliberately unsettle you. If that's the goal, it worked great for that purpose. I hated it. I don't think it's winning any awards for that. And I hated it not just in like an unsettling way, but also in a, oh my God, you're playing that same motif again. And it's like mixed so much louder than the rest of the movie. So I don't know how much of that can be said, oh, well, it was a deliberate choice to unsettle you versus how much is this is one aspect of the movie that technically we weren't actually very proficient in. Performances wise, Julianne Moore steals the show here. She plays a very emotionally stunted character. She takes on a lisp affect that kind of gives her this very like childlike emotional state. And she like throughout the film, she just basically lives in this state of self-delusion where she pretends like she's never done anything wrong here. Even as she's confronted by her husband about like, you know, when he's just like, you know, maybe I wasn't like, maybe I was too young to be being put in a position to make those kind of decisions. And every time she's confronted like this, it's either met with immediate denial or like an emotional breakdown. And I think it's portrayed very well, and we get to see both, you know, her children with her husband as well as her children from her previous husband. And just seeing how dysfunctional everyone is there. And it's a story of people who, they're living in a fairly small town. And so basically everyone there is either talking about her behind her back always or kind of taking pity on her. And so we get to see the ways in which she is enabled or not. It's a pretty heavy subject matter for a film. I would not go in there, expecting to just, eat popcorn for 2 hours. I would go in there expecting a film that touches on really deep issues, doesn't really have any kind of like satisfying payoff, and you really just walk away from the movie thinking almost everyone in the film is just a bad person, but not in a way that is like condemnatory of just humanity as a whole. It's just, we're all kind of a mess. I think, writing wise, since it was nominated for Best Original Screenplay, I think it weaves a very, very good tale there. And I can understand why it was nominated. Honestly, I think Julianne Moore probably should have been nominated as well. But I would give this one a watch. I was actually very, very impressed with it. Just know what you're getting into with it. And with that, I do believe that's all of my reviews for the evening. But we've got some time, so why don't I boot up Jedi Fallen Order and let's continue that. Give me a minute here. Do. Come on, move on over to the correct monitor. Here we go. All right. Now, once I beat this game, I do have Jedi Survivor. And I bought these both when they were on sale on Steam. I have played Fallen Order before, but I have not played Jedi Survivor, except that I did play it just a little bit the other day just to make sure that I had the right video settings because it is a newer game and it's got ray tracing in it, and I wanted to see how that would impact my performance and stuff like that. So I played through to like the first boss on that one. But this game I have played, as you can see, I've been playing this a lot. Yeah, here we are. This is mine. So I'm not going to try and 100% this playthrough. I just kind of want to get to the end so that I can play Jedi Survivor, a game that I haven't really played yet, you know? Which, from all accounts, is the superior game. Oh, where's my controller? You're absolutely right. Holy crap. How can I be playing a video game if I don't have this? Thank you, Sai. Now I can move Cal Kestis around.
It's been a long time since I've been here.
Yeah. Where are we? Oh, that's right. Okay. Where we left off, I had just smashed... Sorry, hang on. I had to move a monitor over there. Okay. I had to move a game window. Or not a game window, another window that was distracting me. But yeah, where I had just smashed my lightsaber because I was angry. Oh, actually, I want to go over here. I was angry because I smashed my lightsaber when I had a bad force vision. And so now I'm on Ilum, which is the planet where the Jedi get their kyber crystals. So I'm going to get a new kyber crystal and build a new lightsaber. Dragonite Dragonborn says, I can see Fesh having a yellow or gold saber since he and my fan headcanon is a Jedi scholar. Well, I appreciate that. I watched that video that you posted on Discord, and I took the test, and I came out with a score of 40, which means I have a blue lightsaber, but, we'll see which lightsaber color I pick once I, get this, because up to this point in the game, you can only pick blue or green or orange if you've got the DLC. But once I get my new kyber crystal, I can pick from a lot of other colors. So haven't decided yet what I'm gonna pick, but stop this wind. I don't want the wind. I want to not be windy. Thank you.
Looks like a way through over there. Now be careful with the ice.
Have a good night, Paco. Be pink like Sai? I might go pink. Oh wait, hang on. Was there something to scan?
This is the worst blizzard I've ever seen. The storm, the temple. It all feels connected somehow.
The worst blizzard I've ever seen is in Irvine, California. I've actually been to Irvine a couple of times because an old buddy of mine works for Blizzard. And like that city as the most hostile design ever for pedestrians. It is literally just every road is like 6 or 8 lanes. There's just like absolutely no shade on the sidewalks or anything like that. And there's just nothing to do unless you have a car. Which is wild because my buddy didn't have a car.
Yeah, it used to be beautiful.
He would walk to work.
The warmth is nice.
I don't know what he was doing there. Okay. That's right. We are in a light puzzle.
Master Yoda melted that door to let us into the caves. That was the forest. With that crystal, the light passed through it and carried its warmth. I bet we can do it too.
Oh, hang on. And just drag you over here. Okay. And Release you. Do I want you? Yeah, I do. Okay. That's right. Oops. Hang on. Swing back. Wing up. There we go. Okay. Now, come here. Plug in. Push. Okay. That's where I want it to be. And from there we go. Melted the ice.
Good scan, BD.
You're hungry? Someone bring you pizza? Well, I'm on a different planet right now, and I don't think they have pizza on Ilum. They probably have ice cream, though.
There's heat coming from those cracks underwater, but it's freezing up here. I can feel it. It's
Okay.
calling to me. We must be close.
So one thing, actually, I guess I'll complain about it when I get to it,
Chooses you.
but it's just something about the
Kinda like you.
swimming on a frozen planet.
I hear you, BD. Let me see. Just a little shake. It'll be okay. Let's hope it holds.
We I love little business like that. You grab onto something and then it slides down.
Call's getting stronger. Let's hurry.
It's not here. I think I'm going up here. Yay. Oh crap.
How did they find us here?
There, I killed you. I can't get that secret, so I'm gonna move on this way. I could cut that if I had my lightsaber, but my lightsaber's broken. So, ooh, hang on. That secret will increase either my health or my horsepower, so I'm not trying to 100% the game, but for those secret... Oh, shit. Wrong direction. Let's try this again. Is it down here? Anything? No. Okay. When you have the money, you're gonna get this game with a DLC. Well, if you got it a couple days ago, it was like $5 with the DLC. I know that that sale's expired, but it was a really good deal. That's why I bought it.
Where did you last see him?
He was heading into the caves. He called out, but I couldn't find him.
Oh.
Seer.
Blow you guys up.
Problem. There are probe droids in the caverns.
There's no way they could have put a tracker on us. But I would have said the same about Trilla hijacking your car. Louise and I will search the Mantis.
Thanks. I'll be back as soon as I've got my crystal.
You're vulnerable out there. Don't take any unnecessary risks.
Didn't have the money at the time. Yeah, I can sympathize.
That's it. I can see it shining.
Okay.
Hey, BD.
Why am I talking underwater? Oh yeah, just climbing out of freezing water onto ice. That's definitely good for my health.
We're there. I can feel it. We're almost out of here. I promise.
You just made up your mind to not 100% this game, just more casual, as much Doom reboot as possible. Well, this game's not really that hard to 100%.
BD, don't come any closer. BD!
Like, as far as Souls-like games go, it's pretty linear. Okay, so right, yeah, this is what I was gonna complain about. I've been swimming underwater on this planet multiple times, totally fine, but I fall into it by accident, and now it's so cold that I'm in danger. Like, I don't get it. That's me as a kid. Also, is the game... Actually, I think game audio... I think I might have set that a little low. Oops. That's... Yeah, let's bump you up to 50. There. That's better. Depending on how Souls-like are we talking about. Well, it's actually Demon Mama has talked about how she hates people calling it Souls-like. It's more Sekiro-like. But like, yeah. It's like it's got a difficulty slider. Like I'm playing on Jedi Knight difficulty right now, which is I think the default. But it's also got like a story mode difficulty if you are not really good at you know, the precise timing required for a Souls game. But like overall, like I mean, it's probably about 20 hours of gameplay to 100% it. It's not that long. Yeah, Valhalla says that as well. It's a Sekiro-like. I got my Kyber crystal. Oh no, it snapped in two. That just means I get to have a double-bladed lightsaber again, though. Why are you complaining? It's not like the energy dissipated when it snapped. It's still a Kyber crystal.
It's over. He failed.
Failure's not the end, my friend.
Okay, I gotta say, for this dramatic moment, seeing BD come in with those comic book colors on kind of undermined the dramatic tension of the scene.
The time's come. This may be the last you see of me.
It's like that Pro ZD thing where you have the serious cinematics, but with the character's custom outfit.
No. Failure's not the end. It is a necessary part of the path. Hope will always survive in those who continue to fight. like you, BD1.
It's time for a pep talk.
I believe you will find someone just as brave and persistent as you have been. And you will help them, as you have helped me.
Well, thank you, BD. I needed that
Your
pep talk.
memory will be completely lost.
Oh.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I like that they throw that in there, that it was BD's choice to lose his memory. That's good that he is acknowledging BD as a person, because droids are people.
Total memory encryption. Only with a trusted connection will your memories be restored.
Oh.
I believe in you, as I always have.
Little guy. He's showing me this.
Even whom you choose to replace me.
BD's showing me this because it shows that he trusts me now. And because of that, he is restored to who he was. What a sweet little droid. I love him.
Goodbye, old friend.
BD is such a cute little robot, though. Like, holy crap. He's adorable.
Your memories. You risked them for me. I believe in you too, buddy.
Seriously, I think BD might be cuter than BB-8.
Yeah, you're right. There's still a chance. There's always a chance. Come on.
All right. Let's do my lights. Okay, now I get to choose my color. So that's like a light blue. That's like a lavender. That's a pink. That's regular blue. Is that yellow or green? That's yellow. So that's green. That's purple, and that's orange. I'm gonna go pink. Sure, why not? Ooh, lavender, you want to do that instead? Sure, why not? I can change it right away, too. Like, it doesn't lock me in. It's just my first option. You had another lavender drink today? Lavender as in the color, or a lavender as in it was lavender flavored? Because I can't imagine a lavender flavored drink would be that good. Okay, now that I've constructed it, I'm going to put it back on the table so I can customize its look. But that's a nice color. Alright, let's customize this thing. Okay, first things first. Oh, it's indigo, I guess, is the color, but whatever. There's cyan, magenta, and indigo. Yeah, so we're going to indigo. Let's see. Oh, wait, before I change any of this stuff, let's see if I can get a color that better matches, goes with that blade. That's a nice one. That's darker. Red might be an interesting contrast. Copper. Electrum plated, so that's like gold. I think I'm gonna go with... Architron. And then... Huh. I don't really like that this one has a part of it that is locked into another color. I don't think that... I could go with the gyro to Paul emitter. Like, that is a good emitter. And also, I get a choice for both emitters. So, sure, why not? We'll go with gyro to Paul there. And here is the Seer Junda emitter, because that's... because Seer gave me her lightsaber, and I used it to help build it. I think I'm gonna go with Magus. And then, okay, switch and sleeve. So the Seer Junda, power and control, honor and wisdom, peace and justice, duty and resolve. That's interesting because it's got the leather wrap grip. Passion and strength. Oh, actually, I like that one. We're going to do peace and justice. Now let's see. How does this... No, we want something with contrast. That looks too much like the rest of it. Passion and strength kind of works. Duty and resolve. Ooh, having the leather grip down there. You know what? Yeah, I like that one. Okay. Lightsaber is constructed. Personally, you think the Sith have the best color? Well, I don't have access to a red lightsaber unless I'm playing New Game Plus. So, we're going lavender. Also, I gain a new saber ability. I can do a split there, and basically this attack is like, so for single blade, which is just for like, you know, attacking individual opponents, its split attack is good for taking out multiple dudes. Meanwhile, double bladed, which is useful for crowd control, its split blade attack is really about attacking a single person. So it's it kind of, you know, adds in an ability to change it up, but also like this ability is overpowered. Like if you are in a duel, you basically just want to spam this. Nope, sorry. You just want to keep spamming this because even though it uses force to use it, it basically replenishes that force power every time you use it. So you can basically keep spamming it. All right. This is the one I want for now. Yeah, like, I can just keep spamming it for the most part. It's absurd. Oh, I guess it doesn't build up as much. I guess I do need, like, here we are. Son of a bitch. Okay, here we are. Okay, that dude's dead.
Jedi's on the move. Let's put an end to this. Stay with him.
Come on, come at me.
I need backup to kill you.
I don't know, you didn't do anything there. Okay, drop.
Enemy down there.
Copied loud and clear.
Drop those guys off.
Keep on him.
Stay on you. Sit back. Let's go. That's your last mistake.
You sure about that?
Taking the planet apart. They were never tracking us.
That was awesome. Okay, I want to switch to dual blade.
You got this, BD.
Possible intruder identified.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Your odds of survival are low. Very low. Confirmed strike. Enemy avoiding attacks.
Oh shit. Ow, that hurt.
Trivial opposition.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Threat.
Son of a bitch, they keep body slamming me.
Flashing opponent.
Oh shit. Let's...
Avoidance identified.
Very low.
Damn.
No match for you, right?
Tore those guys the fuck up.
Seer, we need to get
Is this...
out of
Yeah,
here.
this is Fallen
They're
Order.
taking over Ilum.
Are you all right?
No, they spotted me. And that's not all. They're mining kyber crystals.
Before I get that rest point,
Prepare for
though.
takeoff.
I don't want to reset the guys just yet, because there's a shortcut, and if I reset, then all of those, dudes will respawn. So...
Hey, BD, in here. What'd you find?
Intruder there.
What do you got for me?
Thanks, BD.
Okay. Now we can go and get this rest point. Now, I've got a skill point, but I think I'm all out of single point skills. Yeah. Okay.
What do you think that was? Is that even possible? Lucky move.
Come on, shoot me again. Okay. Those dudes are dead.
There, above us.
Oh, is that guy gonna shoot a rocket at me? Shoot a rocket at me.
Did we scare you?
Oh shit. I didn't get that one in time. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Okay, I think I'm actually too far.
You're not getting away.
Okay.
Is that even possible? You see him? The pain. More. He's mine. He's no match.
Oh, son of a bitch. Ow, ow, ow.
Don't let up. Running again. I'll annihilate you.
Ow. Oh my god, he dodged that. What a bitch.
I won't lose.
There, now you're gone. Okay.
Up here.
Inferior Jedi.
Oh shit.
Am I even close to hitting him?
Damage sustained.
Oh shit.
Unauthorized exit.
Hang on. I'm just jumping up here. Goodbye. I don't need to fight those guys. I'm just gonna
We're
run.
lighting up Imperial channels. They're sending everything they've got at you.
Are you in Grease safe?
We're laying low, but the storm's clearing. I've sliced through their encryption. I'm scrambling transmissions, but it won't be long before they're restored. Hopefully it'll buy us some time.
Thank you.
Another rust
Stormtroopers
point. Let's go.
everywhere.
Ilum was our planet. Don't let them forget that.
Okay. Here comes more dudes.
Someone else attack him!
Still resisting. Unwise. Integrity compromised. Your odds of surviving are low. Very low.
Am I even close to hitting him? That's a hit.
Okay, those guys are...
You will regret that.
Over here.
Oh shit.
Control information.
I think that got him. I only had to use one stim for that. That was pretty... Oh hey Imperator X, how you doing?
Called reinforcements. Every Star Destroyer in the sector is on their way here. If they get here before you do.
Now I've got a
I'll
couple
be there.
of ATSTs to deal with.
Tell Grease to close the mansions.
What? With the Empire on your tail? Are you crazy, kid?
Trust me.
We do.
Ow, son of a
Close
bitch.
the chest.
Ow.
Hit me. BD, stim here.
Son of a bitch. Problem is, every time... Son of a bitch.
Now. I need help, bud. Help!
There we go. Jesus. Oh, did I get one of them? Yes, one of them's down. Oh shit. Oh wait, when he launches a rocket, I should, like, try to force push that. Oh shit, hang on. Okay, that guy's dead. Launch a rocket at me? Haha, there we are.
Hey, buddy! Hey, bud! Stim!
Shit.
A little help here? Stim here, baby.
Okay, there we go. That was a little tough. You were considering playing some Star Wars Fallen Order yourself, but you saw I was already doing it. Nice. Well, I'm pretty close to the end, because
You did it.
I've built my lightsaber, so now all I have to do
I wouldn't be here without all of you. I used
is
to sit on Bracca,
go to
dreaming about storming
Dathomir.
Coruscant with survivors from the Jedi Council.
Blah, 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 blah.
Instead, the Order's hopes rest on a gambler, a fallen Jedi, and a failed Padawan. Bunch of screw-ups.
You can say that again.
BD's the only reliable one. He let Cordova wipe his memory so he could stay behind and guide us. But you're both willing to sacrifice everything. To keep going even when it seems impossible.
Failure's a part of the journey.
I get that now. Thank you. All of you.
Okay. Now,
Hey, wasn't there a gigantic crash ship on Zepho? Think
Dathomir.
there's any good loot in that thing?
Dathomir, huh?
It's time I faced him.
Yes. You're ready to face your past.
What about you and Trilla?
I don't know if I'll ever be ready. You know what you need to do to start healing, and I'm so proud of you for that.
oh, actually, hang
I
on
have
just a
my
second.
own.
Let me double check that I've got the sound. I had it at 5.1. Let's fix that. There.
I'm here for you if you need me.
It probably was just playing stereo anyway, because I've got audio output through my headphones, but probably better to have the stereo sound mix in-game anyway.
We're about to drop out of hyperspace. Sit down.
Because I've got a 5.1 system for my computer, but obviously I'm not using that while I'm streaming. I'm using headphones.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
All right, let's go. Oh. Well, good to know that I can defeat those guys just by force pushing them. Any more? Oh, there's one more. Okay. Wait. That one didn't explode when I hit it. Okay. That one exploded when I hit it, though. I'm just ignoring you. I can run right past you, and you can't jump up here. Haha. Oh, shit. We got...
It's not.
Could you let me target on the right one, please?
Watch him bleed.
Ow, son of a bitch. Oh, son of a bitch. It wouldn't let me heal in time. And I didn't get another save point, so that's going to start me all the way back here in the back of the ship. I should probably rest at every meditation point that... Oh! Yep. All the way back here. Okay. So let's grab the meditation point. Grab you. I'm not gonna heal up on it because I'm not sure if I lose my quote-unquote souls. Oh wait, I still have one skill point available here. So I didn't lose it when fighting that dude? I thought I would. Well, we'll find out. Uh-oh. Hang on. It said OBS Studio disconnected and reconnected. I don't know if I lost anything there in that stream time, but also Tipster Raid. Welcome in, everyone. How is it going? The Tipster fans. I forget what he calls his fans. Was it Coomer Nation? I am playing some Jedi Fallen Order. And I just... Okay, I can see my skill points up there, because I just lost to a couple of bounty hunters. But fortunately, when bounty hunters kill you, you don't have to fight them again. Which is good, because I really didn't want to have to fight them again because they sucked. Tippy challenged you to a game off in Tetris. Oh, nice. All right. Let's go. Okay, last time I was here, I was confronted by my old master, who died saving me. And I was racked with guilt.
Return here unarmed.
Not unarmed.
You think that lightsaber proves you a Jedi?
No. Facing you. Memories that have haunted me since Braca. I won't run from them anymore.
Then let us see what manner of death your courage brings.
Okay.
If you too slow, is power the answer?
No.
I have learned not to fight him.
I will never forget. The loss has become a part of me. honor your teaching.
Oh, also that fight went quick because like
Sacrifice.
the trick is you're supposed to use the ability that you learned once you build your new lightsaber, which is the split thing. So the fight will keep going until you use that that move,
Remember,
because it's your most powerful move.
persistence reveals the path.
Well,
It's the outsider. I hear you. Move forward, brother. He will fall.
oh my god, don't interrupt my attacks that use force power. That's rude. Very rude.
This pain means nothing. Dathomir thirsts for your blood.
Yeah? Thirst for my blood? How about that? And actually, now that I've got another skill point... Oh, shit. I didn't jump at the right point. I kind of want to head back to the meditation point so that I can use that skill point, because I got a boss fight coming up.
We shouldn't be here. This place is cursed.
Don't be scared. Remember, we have a deal.
These little
Teach me your magic.
Force Echo things give me an okay amount of XP, so...
Fallen sisters.
Yeah, that's a decent chunk.
This man has promised to grant us our vengeance, but only if I teach him our magic.
Now, I'm not going to
I must ally
rest,
with
because that'll respawn those guys. I just want to train. What do I got? What options are available to me? Ooh. Should I save it for lightsaber mastery? One more skill point, increase all lightsaber damage. What else do I have? Ultimate Force Attunement. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it for the lightsaber damage boost. I won't have it in time for this boss fight, but it will be useful for the future.
You chose to return. Brave, but not wise.
Maybe. Marin, right? I'm Cal Kestis. What you were told about the Jedi was not true.
So you say, Cal.
Wow, and without her without her hood on, she looks a lot
Might have been
more
part of my
friendly.
order, but what he is now, I have no idea. All I do know is having a lightsaber isn't what makes you a Jedi.
Then what does?
We were peacekeepers. We were betrayed by those we protected. Hunted down by the Empire. I might be one of the last of my kind.
I was only a child when they attacked. An armored warrior brandishing this descended upon us and cut down my people, my sisters, until I was left alone with the dead. Then Malicos came and promised me revenge if I shared our secrets with him in return.
She's holding it like you'd be holding a single blade, but it's a dual blade, so she's got to hold it awkwardly out up.
Use that against you. We don't have to be enemies.
We will need this.
she goes again.
I'll be watching.
Grievous killed her people. Yeah, she was lied to and told that it was the Jedi.
Ahead. You could turn back.
I can't. Lives are at stake.
Whose lives?
Innocents. 4 sensitive children who will be hunted down and murdered.
As we were.
Something terrible
Well,
happened here.
she was actually lied to by
A
Malicos.
massacre. They killed their own kind for promises of power.
This dude is the one who lied to her. I wish, because they're just dust, I wish I could force push that dust to vanish, but no, you have to like walk through it or hit it with your lightsaber. Alright. Boss fight, actually. I should have hit my stem before so I could top off.
Kestis,
I'll hit it once I start the fight.
welcome home. Here to begin your training. What in these ruins tempts you so much to risk death?
I could ask you the same thing.
There is power there, beyond Jedi understanding. Power I control. I would offer you the same thing.
This fight is so annoying. Well, I've only done it on story mode, so we'll find out. Story mode, it's pretty easy. You just keep spamming the split saber attack.
Oh, you poor fool.
We'll see how this goes.
It's over! Jedi fell long before the Purge. It was stifled by tradition. Deafened by our past glories. Blinded by endless war.
Maybe. But it's never over, Malicos. We stand here now, the chance to learn. To rebuild from our mistakes.
Jedi learn. There's no future for them. How can you not see that?
Yeah, I agree, Valhalla. I don't want to rebuild the Jedi Order. I don't like the Jedi Order. But yeah, Malicos is like evil coded.
No.
Dathomir will be your grave. Oh, a quick one. That was nothing. See, Padawan, I have focus.
Ow.
You're wretched.
Ow. I was in the middle of trying to do my split attack when he did that. Okay, I need to get away.
Totally useless.
Ow.
Good for nothing, Jedi. You will not beat me. You are not powerful enough. You're wretched. Oh, you're a quick one.
Okay.
BD.
I got some
Oh, they felt that.
Okay. Phase 1 complete.
I was wrong to think you could
So far, this hasn't been a hard fight. animation where he throws it and then immediately puts his hands on his hips and then drops it again. That feels like a glitch. Like they didn't have an animation, so he went back to his default pose until the next thing. Because it just doesn't match with the action.
You're not dead yet.
You always notice that? Yeah, I've played this game many times, so... Ow. Thanks, Marin. Okay. Ow, son of a bitch.
Let's finish this.
Oh.
Try that again. You're too slow for me.
I need help, bud.
Oh, you're a quick one.
Ow. Ow.
Another step.
You die, Mariko.
Okay. Now I've turned off the button spams and the quick time events, so that's why when I get locked in that thing, it just plays basically a cinematic. But button spams and quick time events are bullshit, so
I hardly felt that.
oh, I beat him.
What is this?
It's like you said, Malikos.
Dragon Knight Dragonborn says it's part of Buddhism teachings, learn to not let the attachments control you. Yeah, for sure. I think the problem that I've got with the Jedi Order, one of the big problems that I got, is that they use child soldiers, taking children from their parents without their, you know, wishes. And, like, they do that to make them more moldable. But, like, it's still immoral to just take children to do that, you know? Alright. Hey, I had 2 stims left. If I walk out of a boss fight with stims left, that's pretty good. And guess what? I'm at 3 points now, so... Bam, lightsaber damage increased. Okay. Oh, do I need to talk to Marin?
What are you really doing here, Cal Kestis?
The ones who built this tomb, the Zepho, they created an object called the Astrium. It opens a vault on a distant planet. Inside is a list of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. But the Empire is looking for it too.
What Empire?
The Empire. The one bent on exterminating Force-sensitive so no one can...
It's not even about not letting it control you if they flat out forbid it. Yeah,
As the war did. I will help you find this Astrium.
Also, like, the, yeah, just the way that they trained Anakin, they were very obviously not mindful of his, you know, mental health, basically. Yoda basically just said, don't have those feelings that you have. It's not very helpful, you know? Yeah, Anakin was very emotional. And he had a lot of trauma. He was raised a slave. Was taken from his mom when he was young.
You finally found it.
It is real.
Baron, this could be the key to the next generation of Jedi.
Oh, the hand holding, like they're very obviously setting them up to be like a couple or something.
I'm happy for you. And you
Which
Jedi.
is interesting because there's actually a line of dialogue that
But
Marin
nothing
gives
can bring back
later
my people.
where that suggests she's queer. Or it doesn't suggest, outright states that she's queer.
After the purge, I was alone for a long time. In hiding, I was scared that they'd find out who I was.
Sai says, ew, hetero.
What I was.
Well, Marin is at least bi,
What changed?
because she has a line of dialogue later
A good friend of mine told me to go
about
out
how
and
she
find my place
lost
in the galaxy.
another night sister, Ileana, who
And you listen.
she thought that they would be together.
No. But
Yeah, she's bi? Okay.
This is funny
I
when
mean,
it
I haven't
comes
played
to
Jedi
past
Survivor,
and
but I
memory.
assume just based on their interaction that they're setting up a future romance with them, so we'll see how that goes.
A path forward. I will join you.
You will?
I've spent years waiting for a chance to avenge my sisters. I'm finished waiting. I wish to fight by your side. Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors. We adapt.
Yeah, I guess we do. What do you think, BD?
Beanie with a cartoon paint job always undercuts just the seriousness of anything. Maybe I
crew,
should
they
pick a
might take
different
convincing.
paint job for him.
Then we'll convince them.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna... I like that BD1 thing, but I'm actually gonna... Let's pick a different skin for him. That one still has similar colors, but they're more muted. I think that will work better. It won't like cut to him in a dramatic moment and you go, oh my god, he's a cartoon. He is so freaking cute though. But like that moment when BD turns on the record that he had with you know, Cordova, it
There's no way forward.
There is now.
The
really
ones before too.
undercuts like the dramatic meaning of that, because it's just like, oh,
You were testing me?
And you passed. Congratulations.
Are you gonna help me with this?
I'm sure you can handle it.
oh, that dude's dead. Hey, my lightsaber does more damage now. Ow. Got me there. Son of a bitch. Whoa.
Stim, please, buddy.
Okay.
This woman you travel with, who is she?
Seer? Wait, how do you know about her?
I have seen your companions. Marikos wanted me to attack them, but they
Your mom
told me
canceled
to-
Disney Plus. You were gonna watch
She,
Star Wars in bed. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, she used to be a Jedi. It's a long story.
I would like to learn it. I'll meet you at your ship.
Well, I'm just running back. I'll run into a couple zombies, but I'm good on health. I don't need to. Oh shit. Never mind. There's bounty hunters. Let's go ahead and Alright. Now we can deal with the bounty hunters.
He's quick, huh? Here we go. Heard you. You're going down. You are tough.
Take it off!
Oh, he's bleeding.
Up here!
Faster than you thought.
Oh, that guy's.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay, I got that guy gone at least.
Hey, bud. Stim. BD. Buddy.
Okay. Oh shit.
So quick.
There we go. Got him cornered. Okay. And I got a skill point from that. How about that? The animals are on Dathomir are difficult for you because they're ultra aggressive. Yeah, everything on Dathomir is ultra aggressive. I'm just gonna keep running. I don't have to deal with you guys. Hang on. Marin, you're on my side now. Can't you call off your Night Sister zombies? Alright.
You found it.
Oh, well, who's this? What's that supposed to mean?
It means I'll be joining you.
Seer, Grease, this is Marin.
She's a witch, isn't she?
A Night Sister. Your fear is unnecessary.
I couldn't have gotten the Astrium without her. We fought Malicos together. I trust her.
Who's Malicos?
And we trust you.
Like, did he mention Malicos to them before? Malicos is, like, such an underdeveloped villain in this game.
Fine. Grab some seat. She doesn't try anything funny.
Welcome aboard.
They like you.
BD1 likes you.
I don't know what you're saying.
Alright. Now, Vagana.
Move.
Actually, hang on. I think I want to go to Zepho because there is one more stim that I want to get.
Back to Zepho.
Yeah. Let's get that last stim pack.
This Cordova guy is really putting some wear and tear on my ship.
He always wanted to explore the whole galaxy.
And did you?
We explored many planets. Tombs and temples related to the Zepho and Jedi. But I hit a limit. To him, there was no limit.
The poor crazy old guy was left alone.
He was always alone, even when I was with him. He cared about his work and the future more than anything else. He didn't have the time. He was always on the move. Logano was the first place I ever saw that looked like he settled, even for a brief moment.
We're about to drop out of hyperspace. Sit down.
Let's go. Alright, let's get this last stim canister. That guy's easy to deal with. He's gone. Oh, son of a bitch. No, you... No, he pushed me off. What a bitch. There. Now you're gone. I don't think you got this. God, this is such a brutal move. I love doing it. This is the right one, right? Yeah, this is where I want to go. This ride really takes a long time. Kind of boring. I don't have to deal with you. I can just run up here. Shoot me again. Do it. Okay, you're blown up. How are you guys shooting at me? Come on. Those floating stormtroopers is the neat touch. Okay. Now that I'm here. Okay. More? Is that all of them? That's all of them.
Padawan survived the crash. He was looking for his master and the clone commander. He didn't know they turned.
Okay, those dudes are dead.
I lived on a ship like this for years. It became my home.
Oh my god, would it stop making such sparking noises?
Looking at the bones of that life. Thanks, BD.
Oh.
I'll handle it. Leave for me. Thought I'd be the last one.
There, I just defeated that guy. I didn't have to fight him at all. Which is good, because purge troopers are annoying. If I can do something to minimize the time I have to fight those guys, I will take it. Yeah, let's get this just perfect. There we go. Oh, I fried those guys. How about that? You had something to scan?
What'd you find?
Okay. Scan.
Someone hid here.
Oh, hell yeah. Skill point.
They were under attack.
I have to get to the
I'm okay.
meditation point soon.
Brings back memories.
Stop sneaking around and come out.
Insta kill.
I'll take him down. Let's take him out. Kill the intruder.
Okay, I think that's it for those guys. You forgot to mention you keep your skill points in New Game Plus and Survivor. Yeah, I think I read that. That's good. That makes New Game Plus actually worth playing. Like, really, the only reason to play New Game Plus in this game is for the additional cosmetics that you unlock. Okay. Now I can go and spend that point that I just got. Should I save it? Yeah. Yeah. If I save for one more point, then I get the power of friendship, which stims refill my force meter. I think that's worth saving for. Okay. And there's a secret. I must get the secret.
Master, what's happened to them?
I don't know. There was a transmission. Oh.
You're bleeding.
Oh shit! I thought I would have had a force push. Now I have a force push. There we go. I love little things like that. You grab it and it like... Why would it spark? It's literally just a beam. It is literally just a structural beam. Why is it powered? Ooh, that was close. Oh shit.
The child fears us. Taken. Fast.
I'm trying to push them into the lightning thing.
Don't waste my time. Look out! Not quick enough. You're fast.
Okay, he's dead. And you're dead.
These were made by a lightsaber.
Sometimes metal sparks when they're rubbed together. I guess that's true. That's true. Metal can spark when... Okay. Still, those sparks seems more like the electrified kind of spark, you know. Hey, McStizzy, how's it going? You love the saber isn't just slicing up the scout trooper. Well, the scout trooper has a baton, you know. He's probably deflecting some of the blows with that. Oh, hey. A save point. Still want to wait till I got one more point. I think I'm gonna...
They were pods, just like we were.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna unlock another skill point by the time I beat this. That's a decent amount of... Okay,
You
okay.
must go. They're still searching for you.
I'm not leaving you.
Mossy wants all the tennis balls tonight. Well, I hope she's getting at least one. The first time I did this, it took me so many goddamn tries. Because you gotta, like, arc around a corner. It's like, there's no easy way to just run across here. You have to use the Jedi flip to maneuver over and then make sure you grab it just right. Okay. Oh, hey, it's... Okay, you guys are dead.
Get it, buddy. Come on out, buddy.
I'm sorry, Master.
Oh, that was a big amount of XP. I'm almost ready.
It's too dangerous to light a pyre.
Almost ready to get my third point, and then I can...
Come on, buddy.
Then my stims can completely restore my force power when I use them.
Can you slice it? stim, buddy. I really needed that.
I didn't actually. I just like to max up my health before I get a new stim, because once you get a new stim canister, your stim count resets to its maximum. So, might as well top up your health before you grab it. Now. Oh. I think that guy glitched out. There we go. She dropped 2 of them in the water bowl and then gingerly fished them out by nipping them by the yellow fuzz because she didn't want to submerge her nostrils in the water to chomp them. That's cute. Silly girl. Dogs are silly creatures. Okay. Now, hang on. No. I need a little bit more XP. I want to get that third thing. So, no. Not swimming up there. Let's get a little bit of positional advantage. That didn't help at all. Ow. There we go. Okay. Did I get XP for that? Did you seriously give me no XP for that? Fine. How about here? Ah, it's a secret I haven't got. Let's do it. Holy shit, that almost killed me. How about this secret? Will you give me XP? Maximum life, that's good.
Killed in some kind of horrifying disaster long ago. You're falling behind.
Doggos being silly is the reason we love them so. It's a big reason. There's a lot of reasons to love dogs. They're man's best friend. They're called man's best friend for a good reason. They help us out in a lot of ways, besides just being derps. Ow, son of a bitch.
All allied units down.
Alright, let's go. There. That's how you deal with that. This is the one I want to go to, right? Yep. Okay. The cat has discovered the vent makes worms. Nice. Yeah, cats are really good at finding funny places that make worms. All right, let's go to Pagano.
What's up, Marin?
That ship.
It belonged to a Jedi, fleeing from the Empire with her Padawan. There weren't any survivors.
How do you learn so much about these places you explore?
Some things, people, events, or experiences leave an echo in the Force that I can connect to.
You can read the past? Can all Jedi do this?
No, it's a rare thing. I think I was born with it.
Night Sister magic is ancient, but my connection with the past is not as vivid as yours.
That might be a good thing.
Perhaps you are right. The past holds much pain for both of us.
I have never heard that conversation before. There's a lot of conversations with Marin you can miss because, like, you know,
Hey, kid. Nice one on the seed collector.
Okay.
But the terrarium's still got plenty of room.
Because you don't collect her till later in the game.
Some seeds.
Sure, Grease. Whatever you say.
All right.
Gano, here we come. Okay, listen up. I only want to say this once.
I am listening.
Good, good. In case no one informed you, this is my ship and I'm the captain. A pretty good one, I might add. So, I make the rules. Rule number 1. If the stain should show, the couch is a no. Rule number 2. Without forearms to spare, stay out of the captain's chair. Number 3. If anyone's cooking, Grease will be looking. Number 4. If it gets too loud, you'll be flying in the clouds.
Grease, come on.
What? I was gonna say they'd get a stern talking to. We're about to drop out of hyperspace.
He just wanted to have his rules rhyme. Oh, hey.
You think it'll work?
It worked for Cordova.
You can make it work.
She's right.
Oh, hey, is anybody hungry? I was thinking of whipping up some scaz steaks. I'm sorry, am I interrupting?
No, Captain. And we couldn't have gotten this far without you.
Oh, well,
It's true, Grease.
thank you. Hey, I hope you get in there and you find that hollow thing.
Holocron.
Are you sure it's something you should find?
What do you mean?
The children on that list. If you take them from their homes to train as Jedi, won't they be hunted like you?
Mm-hmm.
It has to be kept out of the hands of the Empire.
It'll help us put an end to the Empire.
Oh, hey, change of plans, we're arriving.
Oh, Grease.
Yeah?
I take my steak rare.
Huh? Okay, now we're cooking.
Oh, I thought I'd be able to make it, but... Ha ha ha. Hmm. Here we go. Now there's a frog up here that I want to avoid, so... Oh. Yeah, that's the frog just popping out of the mud right now, but... He's over there, so I'm good.
I'm sensing something weird. This is gonna sound strange, but I think it's the astrium. The closer we get to the vault, the stronger it feels. Careful, buddy. We still don't know how this thing works.
And set my waypoint. Oh, hey, 3 skill points. Let's spend this. That's right. Now that's what I like to see. Okay. Now, really, yeah, the other abilities, I almost never use these. Yeah, like the repulse, I never use that one. Burst slow, I almost never slow. I definitely almost never use the lightsaber throw stuff. So the only thing that I really care about is ultimate force attunement. So I really just need 2 more points.
Here we go, BD. Amazing. The vault itself is built like a giant holocron. And linked. Something about that wall.
Force vision time, let's go!
I offer this record of our civilization to those who will follow. Despite our wisdom and technological achievement, we face extinction. Dogma blinded us to the path of balance, and gradually we allowed our pride to corrupt us.
Well, that's the Zepho.
The greater control we sought, the further we fell into ruin. I lead the remnants of my people into the great unknown, hoping that we will finally find peace.
Oh, the holocron.
I shall teach them the ways of the Force.
Master Kestis.
We shall begin with physical preparation.
What is the Force?
Gather round, everyone.
Master Kestis, do you think the Empire will find us?
Yeah, Mixes, that's a good point, and also that's like, I also like how you start out, you grab it, but then it zooms out and you see yourself looking at yourself. But yeah, this whole segment here is a good answer to the, yeah, why were the Jedi keeping a list of children? And also, yeah. Marin asked something they had never even considered before, and now that he has the list, here he is being confronted with the reality of what that means.
It's the Empire!
The Inquisitors have found us. Master, shall we fight them?
They're coming!
To the trenches!
Keep going!
Protect yourself!
Capture the younglings. Kill the rest. They're fast. Get firing. Keep searching. They can't have gotten far. Target sighted.
Oh no.
Help me, Master Kestis!
Moving in. Spread Yes, sir. You can't hide. Not you.
Oh no, they killed the kid. And it's my fault. Hey, Trilla.
Surrender now, and we may spare the youngest. That's right. On your knees.
Now I'm in the Fortress Inquisitorius. Hey, this place was seen in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Torture chamber for a kid? Oh god, that's a cool transition. Here I am, Inquisitor Kestis with the red lightsaber. Everything goes dark, it tells you to illuminate. You've heard the argument made that accusing a religion of kidnapping children rings of anti-Semitic canons and indicates that the Jedi were persecuted, except no, it's not a canon if it's true. You don't like comparing the Jedi, who are not an order that accepts converts or have their own children they raise in the culture, to Judaism. Yeah. No, I don't think it's a comparable thing, but... Well, now, Cal, that you have seen a vision of what it means to use this list, what are you going to do with the list?
Feeling I'd see you here.
Oh? How uncharacteristically prescient of you. Here I thought your greatest virtue was your dogged persistence as you stumbled from one debacle to the next.
Guess you made a mistake not killing me on Baraka then.
A scant mercy. I wagered one meaningless Padawan against a prize that will win me the Emperor's favor.
You think I'm gonna let you walk away with the holocron?
Of course not. We both have our pride. But yours has cost you the lives of all the Force-sensitive children on that list, as well as your own.
Like you said, Trilla, I'm persistent.
Still running? I've suffered far worse. Has Sare not trained you?
A little help, bud.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to stay. Okay, phase 1. Ooh. Oh wait, actually I think that's the end of the fight. Yeah, okay. I pick up her lightsaber and... Oh dear.
Careful with that thing. It's been through hell.
Yep, yes it has. Every time you see Trilla, you keep telling yourself you can fix her. Yeah.
We need to stick together.
No. I'm going to lure them away, and then I'm going to...
Oh, I love Seer's Jedi hair. She's got short hair now, but...
May the Force be with you.
Oh, those braids are awesome.
Trilla, what's going to happen?
It's okay. It's okay.
Poor Trilla. Oh no! It's the Darth Vader scene. Putting on the helmet means she's evil.
No.
Oh, I like the smears on the visor. That's a good effect. Makes it feel more like a physical thing. Well, she got away with the holocron. That's not good. There's a bunch of stormtroopers up there. I don't want to deal with them. I'm going this way.
Let me take care of this. There's enemy below.
I can dodge all of you stormtroopers by just not going the way the game expected me to go. Here we go.
Seer. I saw what happened between you and Trilla.
He'll grow one more arm and have 3 lightsabers.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, he could use the Force to levitate one of the lightsabers.
I could never understand what you went through. She has a holocron. I don't know where she's taking it.
I'm responsible for the path that Trilla is on. And what she does next is the cost of all of my mistakes.
Our mistakes are in the past. And it's all of our responsibility, and it's about what we do next that's important. You taught me that, Seer.
You're right. I know where she's taking it. There's a fortress where they take Jedi, where the Inquisitors come from. It's a place of torture. It's the place I escaped. I just never thought I'd be going back there.
Yay! Fortress Inquisitorius, let's go!
I'll have a friend with you.
Actually, I remember after playing this, when I realized that the Kenobi show was going there, I was just like, ooh, we get to compare how it looks in the Kenobi show to how it looks in the game. And they look pretty similar.
Neil.
Okay, this scene feels a little weird. Because she's using an Inquisitor's lightsaber, which is red, which signifies evil. But she's using it to knight me as a Jedi. Like, she couldn't have used my lightsaber, the one that isn't the evil one, you know? The one that doesn't have a Force echo of all of Trilla's pain and hate. Like, my lightsaber literally has Seer's old lightsaber in it. Couldn't I just hand her her old lightsaber?
So are you.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel weird about being knighted using a red lightsaber.
Quiet. Too quiet.
Okay.
Not a fan of nature grease? Hold it.
Well, let's see. It's 10:11. The last thing I have to do is Fortress Inquisitorius, so I think I'm going to save that for next stream. That'll be fun to end it there, and then hopefully pick up some Jedi Survivors. So, thank you all so much for joining me. This was a good stream. Let's see, who is live? I can send you to. Nobody, doesn't look like anybody is streaming. Let me double check on YouTube again. See, anyone live? Nope. Okay. Well, then I guess this is where I leave you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will catch you on Friday. Bye.